Everybody, and welcome to some late night sim racing. Hope everyone's well. We'll see who's in it to win it. We'll see who comes in. I'm gonna put some music on here and embrace the copyright notifications for the music that I've paid to license. It's my hobby at the moment. This is what I'm really enjoying. I'm really enjoying the copyright. Do you know what? I might try Monster Cat for a change, which I license as well. Let's see if this is gonna flag copyright as much as Epidemic Sounds is. You never know. You never know with these things. They change the system and then you have to suffer. What do we put on? Like disco, deep house, dance, deep house, trance, melodic trance, organic house, tech house, ambient. I think we'll go for some deep house. We could just have some house. Just how there's a housing shortage at the moment. There we go. Hello, Lud2 Jen. How's it going? How you doing, man? First one in the chat. Welcome. Good. We've changed the user interface on our OBS as well. This is pure attention to detail. We've hang on, what's going on here? Waiting for installation. We've improved the layout. We've we've made everything better as usual. I just woke up, Carl. I just woke up. It's early morning for me. You ready, guys? Those of you that are early. Do you like my new goggles? Look at these. I've got some new goggles. These ones are tinted. Look at that. Unbelievable goggles. They don't fit, but it's alright because they just go on my forehead. Look at this. How good is that? Do you like that, guys? Look how clean we've made the screen. Clean screen. It's like green screen, but it's clean. Clean green. Green clean. Screen clean. Screen clean green. Do you like it? I like it. I think I did a good job. I mean, we're in iRacing at the moment. What do you think? Join the Discord, Teapot there. Link in the chat. Teapot Discord. What's the time where you are? It must be like Yankee Doodle o'clock. In Vegas, it's like they're like 6 hours behind us. iRacing on a Sunday that F1 is on. Yeah, did you watch the F1? It was so bad. It was so stupid. It was really dumb, as usual, but it was particularly bad. You know Formula 1's really bad when the commentators are like, oh, Formula 1 this summer looks like it's going to be good. It's like, there's a race happening right now, guys. Why are you focusing on a race that's not happened? It's so funny. Hello, Stuart. How's it going? Still no feedback from anyone. What do you not like our new interface, our new layout? It's like minimal. Oh, get it, Stuart. Yeah, use my affiliate links. Look at the layout. Nobody appreciates the work that streamers put, the hard work down the coal mine. Deep under the earth that streamers put in mining the mines of sim racing. Nobody appreciates it, guys. Nobody cares.
Car 1, just set the fastest lap. 38.798.
Why would you keep selling sim rigs? Once you've sold like 3, have you not learnt your lesson? You're like the type of person that's been married 6 times. Hang on a minute. Maybe I shouldn't get married. Oh, it'll be fine this time. I'm sure. I'm sure things will work out this time. $17 cars registered. This is why I'm too broke for iRacing. I hate ACC. Should I get LMU? Well, you can get LMU for like £20, so why not? And you can get AC1. Kitchen Devil, don't want it anymore. I don't really like any of the cars in iRacing, to be honest. But you can have fun online racing. I mean, out of iRacing cars, I think the Skippy's the best car in iRacing. The Formula Ford's okay. Drives like a dinner tray. You sell things when you're close to being fully broke. Well, is fully broke negative or just back neutral? So for me, if I see my cash flow decreasing, I have like income projections for like 6 months to a year to 2 years. So for me, I have like alarm bells going off before I run out of money. In my mind, I've run out of money when I still got money. Street stocks on a road course. Slidey cars normally more fun, aren't they? If you guys watch BTCC, the Radical SR1 or RX1 look really fun. I'm surprised that's not in any sims. It's like a slower SR3 and they run it on cut slicks. Well, it'll just the 360 hertz just makes iRacing force feedback smoother. I run 360 interpolation. I've never really minded iRacing's force feedback, to be honest. It doesn't have any force feedback for braking, but it has reasonable dynamic range. The issue with iRacing is its tyres just don't work like tyres, so you can't drive at the limit properly. That's all. The force feedback for what the tyres are doing is kind of okay. It could do with, like, I mean, I use IIFFB with Formula cars and stuff for a bit of rotational force, which is quite nice. But I mean, nothing compares to the detail that you get from AC1. And AC1 could be a lot better still, so, you know. I think we're in a... Force feedback's pretty bad with flight sims and driving sims for where it could be. A good example is X-Plane 11. It has like a really nice G-force effect for the joystick, for force feedback joysticks. And it's really good. It really helps you feel where the plane is at when you're landing, when it's going to stall. It's really good. Really gives you a good character feel for each aircraft. Towards the end of the year, Jimmy, I imagine. Cheers, we've got coffee and tea here. Double dipping. So we've got a mini Game of Muscle mug. Game of Muscle prototype mug. Hello, Novotnies. Well, I don't think it really matters what cars are in iRacing. They all drive exactly the same. Everything in iRacing drives the same. Everything's exactly the same. Stay slightly under the limit. It's just how it is. All sims drive the same, basically. It's just the tyre model. Each sim's tyre model. I'm alright, yeah. I woke up. Hope you're good as well. Basically, you have other things apart from the tyre model, but if whatever the sim's tyre model is, that effectively ends up defining the handling nature of the simulator that you're playing. So every car basically drives the same in every sim. Race room, AC, R-Factor 2, like whatever the tyre model is, that's how it drives. Like, sure, the cars are faster, slower, more rotated, whatever, but ultimately you're driving the tyre model. So if the tyre model is whatever it is, then that's the simulator, really. At its core, the most important part. So for me, as long as the I don't need to, Kitchen Devil. Haven't you noticed I'm in a sim rig? I've got a monitor. It's blocking the wind.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, thanks for subscribing. Morg UK, welcome.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Yeah, as long as you can balance a car at the limit, it doesn't really matter what the car is. Like, all cars are fun to drive. So that's why the tyre model's so important in a simulator. Because if you like driving, you don't really care. You know, you don't really care how a car drives. They all You're doing the same thing, but they're just doing it at different speeds. That is why the tire model is so crucial, because if the tire model doesn't work properly, nothing will work properly. So I was saying with the flight sim, if it doesn't have flight dynamics, it doesn't matter how good the plane is you put into it, it's not going to fly like a plane. Every car in AC is perfect. Everything's perfect. No, actually, to be honest, I think in AC1, I think the cars should. I think they should be snappier.
One more lap.
I think they should be snappier in every sim. For racing in AC1 though, is it well? Most people would say it's the opposite to what you're saying. I mean, I don't care. I think they're both fine.
The pace car is out of control.
Joseph Allen, welcome, thank you. Yeah, no, for racing, the Radical's really good for racing. That's by URD. The Porsches are probably the best cars in AC. The most realistic handling, I'd argue. Generally speaking, all the Porsches are really good. So it doesn't really matter, like in this, as long as the cars are controllable. Who cares? Like, I noticed this actually. A lot of people, I think it depends if you're someone that's driving for the joy of handling a car, in which case you don't really care. You don't really care which car you're driving. You're like, oh, it's just slightly different handling. Versus someone that's driving for, like, if you're driving for online racing, the car that produces closer racing or good overtakes is going to be better. So, for example, you see this in real life as well. Like the modern minis are terrible. I was watching BTCC all day today or yesterday, and some cars are just crap. Like, they're just too good now. So modern minis are just too good. It's pointless. Like, if you watch vintage mini racing in real life, compare it to modern minis, the cars are smaller, they slide more. It's kind of a bit weird. If you watch Goodwood Revival, for example, which is like 19 whatever cars, vintage, like 1960s, 70s, 50s, what have you. Watch Goodwood Revival. It's a billion times better.
Car is out of control.
Carlino 77, thanks for following. It's a billion times better than modern racing, because the cars are slidey and they're smaller, so there's more racecraft. It's not really drifting. It's just you need somewhat slippy tires, smaller cars and somewhat slippy tires, because it produces racecraft and racing opportunity. It's a type of racing, but like when you have like actually the Radical SR1 look really good, but the grid's very small. The Caterham's really good actually. Caterham race cars. So there are still good race cars, to be fair, in real life. But you have stuff like the Porsche Carrera, which is like, well, what's the point in that? Alton Park can't overtake. Even Max Coates got punted from someone doing a ludicrous dive bomb, which was totally pointless. Kitchen Devil, you haven't played iRacing for 2 years. Not really changed. No, they've added rain and stuff, but it's still exactly the same as it was in 2007. Like the core experience of iRacing. There's some different cars and things. F4's got more active. Skippy's no longer as popular as it used to be. There's Super Formula's quite popular. So there's different cars that are popular, but the driving, the netcode, the physics, basically exactly the same game. Plays exactly the same as when I started 10 years ago. Yeah, modern GT3s are really bad as well. Motorsport, guys. More power, less grip. Yeah, basically. Downforce can be alright, but you need... So, like, F2004 cars, good downforce and systems, but they have cut slicks. So it's just... you just need less grip. I think you can still have downforce, but it needs to be that the driver is having to hustle the car. You need to make cars hard to drive, and then the driver... This. No one's commented on our new layout.
Okay, let's go.
No one's commented on our... Look how minimal and tidy everything is. Oh, dude, like, I put all this hard work into it. No one cares.
Green, green, green.
No one even noticed that I'm wearing new goggles either. Why do I even bother? It's like when you get a new haircut. I haven't been busy. I wasn't being busy.
Still there,
I thought I'd just tidy things up a bit.
Clear. There's an incident behind.
Oh wow, it does look better.
Car right. Clear on the right.
A little bit wide out of that. Let's try not losing the draft here. The Porsche RSI and AC is very good. When iRacing are working on fixing their tyre model, and iRacing has a huge physics hole with its tyres. If they fix that, iRacing will be a lot more fun to drive. A lot more fun to drive. Because at the moment, the cars don't drive like cars because of the tyre model problem. But they are working on fixing it, and if they do actually fix it, iRacing I think will be really nice to drive. Force feedback could probably be better, netcode could be better, but at least if they fix the tyres getting stuck at the limit and they make the tyres a bit more peaky in some ways, just get the slip curve working like an actual tyre slip curve, it will be really, like, you'll be able to drive much more naturally, counter steer more naturally. You'll have way more control as a driver. Or way more options as a driver. Though this Skippy's not totally awful, and cars with downforce when they're going at speed in iRacing tend to handle a bit more naturally. But yeah, like cars without downforce in iRacing, especially the slicks, are really bad. Like the GT3 cars, they're terrible. It's just a tyre model. I think the car's probably quite good. So hopefully, I'm really hopeful that could be something that happens this year. It'll be the best thing that ever happened to iRacing. It's not really drifting, Nick Sles. What it is it's a power slide. So a lot of people confuse power slides with drifting. So
The pace car is out of control.
power sliding is part of drifting. You can use it for drifting, but in my mind, I'm not sure if this is how it's defined. The definition of a drift would be like controllable combined slip. So you can alter your radius by using the brake, the accelerator, the steering, whilst you're in slip on all 4 tyres. That's drifting. You can't do that properly in iRacing because the tyres just overheat and it just slops out. You can do a power slide though. So you can see we're doing it in this car here. When we go in, so the back's coming out and it holds that slip through the corner. You can counter steer with this car as well, but watch Skip Barber going faster. You can get a skippy like this on a small centrifugal circuit, and you can just hold it in a drift all day long. You could drift it for hours. You could just at different radiuses with different amounts of slip, and whilst you're sliding, you can increase and decrease it. That you can't do that in iRacing. And that's with its cut slicks tyres, which these are actually the more forgiving tyres in iRacing and in real life. So this is what I mean. If they can fix that, which they're working on it, I think it'll be really, really, really good. I'll be really happy for it. I have a reputation as an iRacing hater, but I'm just honest. I don't hate iRacing. I just say the truth, and then that upsets people. You can't handle the truth. Like I say that Novotny's silver, and he plants the bomb in the open. Novotny, one of the worst players in Counter-Strike. Gabe Newell actually phoned him up, and he was like, "Hi Novotny, congratulations. I've just looked at the server stats, and it shows that you're the worst. You're the worst Counter-Strike player ever in the history of Counter-Strike, so I thought I'd phone you up and tell you." Can you imagine? How do you pronounce your name, by the way, guy that's got is that Korean or is that Chinese? I can never tell the difference between it's not Japanese, those Chinese letters. How do you pronounce your name phonetically? And are you Chinese or Korean? It'd be awesome if we have viewers in like Asia. I think we do have a couple, not many though. It's Japanese. I thought it wasn't Japanese. Why does it look Chinese when it's Japanese? What's wrong with me? Obifu. I thought Japanese was more like curvy.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap, 36.83.
I've never been to Asia. I'd love to go to China, Japan, South Korea. I mean, part of me would like to visit North Korea, but I wouldn't go there because it's mental. Does Japanese also have... Oh, fair enough. I mean, is it like how Germans stole English? That's how it worked. The English totally didn't steal it off the Germans. Where does Latin-based word letters and stuff come from? Is it the Romans? Who invented... You know, the English, the Latin alphabet. It's not Greek, is it? Did the Romans... What did the Romans base it on? No, I know Greek's different, but Greek is older than Roman. I don't think I'd go to North Korea because they have a habit of murdering people. or yeah, I mean, it's just I mean, it'd be fascinating, but you'd just be giving money to, you know, you'd be playing into their propaganda and stuff. North Korea is best Korea. Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree on that.
Just set the fastest lap. 36.706. Just set your fastest lap of the session.
It's a shame that nobody really races this Skippy that much, because it's one of the more fun to drive cars in iRacing. It's really relaxing to drive. It's like a kayak or something. It's Arab. I think Arabic was separate. Well, they would have based it on something though, won't they? They wouldn't have just pulled it out their arse. The Ottoman Empire uses like Arabic scripture, so it's quite different to Roman numerals and what have you. They pulled it out of their arse. Ask ChatGTP and just give me a summary. Tell me what it says.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 36.55. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Oh, hello. Thank you very much.
Depressed British Drinker depressing there. I have fixed that for now. I will continue to watch over and pray for you, James. Go in peace, my son. May your force feedback be informative and your tire model be detailed. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sim Racing Jesus. Really appreciate the donation. Thanks for supporting us. High skill donation. Thank you. Thanks so much. Sim Racing Jesus. Blessed be. On in Simrig as it is in servers. Appreciate you using the high skill link as well, so I get all the donation money. Thank you. Amen. Blessed be the DD girl. I'm quite excited this year. I'm going to go to Hamburg for like a few weeks to pick up a German wife. Making the most of single life. And what's funny is I'm not even joking. It's going to be hilarious. Literally going to go to Germany to find a wife. This is the most genius idea ever, guys. It's the stupidest idea, but also hilarious, so it's going to work. Anytime something's funny, it always works. It's going to be amazing. Skywell, my sister would beat you up. You couldn't handle my sister. I'm not going along with your shitty joke. You've been in funny German parties. Maybe my wife was there. Yeah, it's possible. Some out there, my German wife doesn't realise. She's just enjoying herself. She doesn't realise yet that she's about to. She's going to get her life ruined by a bold man that does sim racing. That's what's really funny. It's a pure innocent, naive, yet they're just happy. Little do they realise. Can you imagine that? Innocent, naive German woman that's doesn't realise how downhill their life's going to go. Yorkie Mike, thanks for subscribing.
You got it, slow car on the right. You got it, slow car on the right. Go
The only
there.
thing I don't like about Germany though is the food. I do like kebabs and stuff and burgers. There's the best food in Germany is all. It's a bit like the UK actually, but it's all like stuff that's come from immigrants. Actual German food is shit. Like I don't. Sorry to German viewers, but honestly, British food has a bad rep, but German food's so much worse. Like French food's amazing, Spanish, Croatian, amazing, fantastic. Mexican food, amazing. Indian, amazing. Right. Germany, pretty much every time I'm out trying to eat food, it's like dry sandwiches, salty, dry bread, salty chips with a billion tons of salt on it, dry curry sauce. It's all designed to be eaten whilst you're drinking like beer. No vegetables ever. Pickled cabbage or something. Like, not that it's bad. It's just like I like a bit of moisture in my food. So, that's the only thing. That's the only thing culturally that I don't like about Germany is the food. And to be honest, the kebabs, that's not German. That's Turkish and Greek. Even the mashed potatoes dry. They do good. Germans do good smoked salmon though. Smoked salmon on rye bread's really nice. I mean, the sausages are minging as well. Oh, I did have a nice German like goulashy type soup thing. That was all right, but still, German. I don't know how Germany has got away with. I know Greek food's all right. I've had lots of really nice Greek food, like cheeses, salads, and things. Olives, oils, eggs, things. Greek food's fine. I don't know how Germany's got away
5 laps to go.
with not having the reputation of having terrible food compared to Britain. Like Britain, internationally, people are like, oh, Britain, terrible food. It's like, well, okay, fine. Compared to Croatia, France and stuff, fine. But like, honestly, German food is not good. I've been to Germany like 10 times now. I probably go like 3 or 4 times a year. And, yeah. Americans do good cheese as well, actually. But the British have just stolen stuff. So where German food is good, as I say, it's when they've stolen stuff like the Brits. Kebabs. There's a lot of like Eastern influenced foods. What's it called? Like Serbian, and that's why immigrants are amazing, because countries that have shit food actually get like interesting, rich culture. So people go on about, oh, immigrants are terrible. It's like, well, how much value are you going to place on actual edible food?
The car in P1, just set the fastest lap. 36.25.
Well, I think America does. The thing with America is they have really good cheese, but they also have a lot of really bad, shitty processed stuff. And so I think internationally people don't realise the good foods. It's like how the problem is America's huge, so people combine it into a single notion. But like the southern states, like southern food, but again that's stolen, isn't it? It's from like people that were brought over as slaves. They obviously had insane food culture that was really good.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. So that's why like southern food is so good in America, because it'll have been Brits will have gone to America with shit food, eating tents and stuff because they were starving to death, and then all the slaves will have had like amazing food culture from the countries they came from, having much richer food resources. That'd actually be really interesting to track to trace the journey of foods as a cooking program. You look at like nice foods, you look at something that's basic, and then you follow it back to its like cultural roots and geographical roots, and then see the different versions of the food. Or maybe you could even do it like either geographically or historically, or both. That could be really interesting as a cooking program. You take something simple like you can just take something simple and then go, oh, this is, here are the different versions of it, and you can see how the different cultures would have adapted it and stuff. Look at that. Come up with a cooking program on the spot that would be fun to watch. Dutch put bloody mayonnaise on everything. If you only eat kebabs, no, shut up. Whenever I'm in Germany, I look around for food because I'm like, I want to eat some vegetables, and it's hard to find. It's not that it's me choosing stuff. I will go when I'm in a country. I go out of my way to try and find stuff that I've not had before, or see what the local stuff is. And in Germany, it's always dry stuff. Even the idea of your cooking slow makes me sleepy.
New fastest lap for you.
Yeah, this is what's so stupid. People that are like go on about cultural appropriation, and they're like, oh, you can't wear that hat, or oh, you can't dress that way, or you can't do that dance, and it's like, what is the most respectful thing a person could possibly do is imitate other cultures or learn from other cultures, do their own thing with it. like people have mixed up cultural oppression, where someone like basically tries to dismantle an existing culture to get rid of a people. That's one thing. So like a form of cultural genocide. That's one thing. They've mixed that up with someone seeing something going, that's really cool, and in a positive way going, awesome, I'd like to incorporate that in some new way. Like the people that are like desperate to turn everything into like a virtue signaling negative. Also, through history, right, the culture, the racism inherent to people that actually go on about cultural appropriation, right, they don't realise they're actually being racist, because the culture that people are appropriating will be cultures that have appropriated other stuff through history, But like people that are anti-cultural appropriation are basically going, oh, the simplistic native people, as if those people aren't exactly the same as every other people. It's like they'll have all seen stuff like. Groups of villagers will have gone to another village and seen somebody's done something with some like dye or whatever, and they'll have gone, that looks cool, let's do that. Or like in Roman times, someone will have seen a type of braiding, like a pagan thing or something, and gone, oh, I like that pattern. And then some Christian person will have gone, oh, how can we integrate that into these themes? And then a Muslim or Islamist, or someone from, Ottoman Empire or something, will have seen certain themes from other places, or and especially along the Silk Road and stuff, and so you'll have had loads of this. Like, I don't understand how some people are so dumb. I'm complaining about people that complain about cultural appropriation, Lee. Saying how absurd it is. You ready? This is going to be spectacular.
Right side. Still there. Clear. Car in T1.
Okay, let's go.
6 point.
Tried.
5-1. Car stopped ahead.
Hey, bro.
Good racing. Sorry for the contact. I think he rejoined into us.
Okay, let's go.
I think he actually left the track and joined into us. So it was actually... Look. Yeah, he's left the track and then joined into us. So that's actually a protest. We've actually outdriven this guy. He's fully left the track. So we've gone through this perfectly. We've driven this absolutely perfect. I can hold this line, and he's driven into us. So he's actually punted us there. So that should be that's a protest. If but you can't race in iRacing because the rules don't apply. He appropriated my tarmac. iRacers always do this, right? It's alright, it's fine, it's good racing. This is just iRacing stupid, so it doesn't really matter. But like, iRacers always do this. They will leave the track and assume that the car on the racetrack needs to move out of the way, but they don't. Because I've not run him off the track here. He's run himself off the track. Like he's driven himself off the track. I'm not pushing him off the track. He's left the circuit. All 4 wheels are off the curbing and the white line, so he's not on the track. He now has to rejoin the track safely. He's even on the bloody gravel, but he then just drives into us because iRacers do this constantly in everything. They're like, oh, I'm in front. I'm not coming off, and I have to move out of the way, which I don't at all. And so he's punted us basically. Now, if I knew he was going to do that, if I held my line super aggressively, I actually turned my steering. You can see I turned my steering left a bit to, I preemptively. Oh, you can't see the input, but I preemptively move it to the left a bit. If I held this line solidly, like didn't turn left at all, so my car was starting to go left, this contact could have like broken a suspension or caused a big wreck. It certainly would in many other cars in iRacing as well. So it's just really fun. It's really good. This happens over and over again in iRacing, and what it basically means is there's no point doing a good overtake in the first place because you can't use the racetrack and the rules to your advantage because you'll just get hit. There you go. That you could do that, couldn't you? Yeah, you could have like some kind of detection. Yeah, if you've got an off track, a 1x off track, and I don't know, maybe there's other. Yeah, I don't know. But there might be cases where that doesn't work, Maganzi. Because you could probably do it on purpose, couldn't you? You could dip a wheel and then drive into someone, or vice versa. You could see someone dip a wheel and then you could drive into them. That was alright though. It was good. It was alright racing. I think there's a big crash behind us. Yeah, R-Factor 2's penalty system and LMU's penalty system is one of the better ones. So this car, because it's got quite, because it's got like cut slicks, it makes it a lot easier to drive and race. It's a shame it's dead because it's a relaxing car to drive. It's super easy to drive. Right. That's a bit buggy. I've not played LMU that much. Whenever I play it, I have quite fun races, but I don't enjoy the force feedback.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Paloop! Thank you very much for subscribing. Really appreciate this up there. Thanks for supporting, man. Beautiful rocket. That's so funny, that Star Trek. They've got the Formula C Watkins Glen. I don't have a setup for that. Seeing what we can do here. Do you like the bar above the camera? It shows, because we have a subscriber goal and a follower goal, and when someone subscribes it changes to the sub bar, and if someone follows it changes to the follow bar. Maganzan, still waiting for VR to come to LMU. Yeah, I mean, you can hack it into it, but yeah. Will it be on sale? I think it's probably, but not a huge amount because it's already quite cheap. Nine laps. I don't know, circuit. What is this track? I don't know it. Oh, that's not that Norwegian track, is it? Yeah, you need. The problem is, the problem is that R-Factor 2 game engine's a bit heavy, so it's not really the best for VR. French track that's death. Oh, fair enough. Could do another skipper here because it's kind of stuck. I'll do the fixed Formula C. F4 Europe's on it in at Spa. We could do that. That could be funny as well. So when's that? That's in an hour. So let's do a skippy and then we can do the F4. It's nice and easy. You're not sure if Sim Software's that price sensitive? Not in terms of getting more sales, but people will buy stuff on sale. Yeah, I think LMU is a nice, simple thing to understand, and it's a sim to buy, so it's a good package. I think it still needs just more basic stability and polish. But I think the problem is when Assetto Corsa Evolution comes out, or whatever they call it, the difficulty is that you have AC1, which is still going to exist, which is bloody good sim. Then if AC Evo has ranked multiplayer in it and like a mixture of cars, I don't see how LMU's meant to really compete with that. If AC Evo is actually good, yeah, you're probably right, Skywilk. They should do that. If AC Evo wants to make money, it should be a cruising game. To be honest. But LMU, no, but what I'm saying, they might, it doesn't need to, but I'm saying it inevitably will do because it's ultimately a racing game. So LMU can't compete with iRacing. It can't really compete with ACC. Yeah, but unlike Formula 1, Skywilk, Le Mans isn't that popular. So if you're making an IP tie-in game, the game has to be like something that would appeal to fans, but it's not about appealing to actual drivers. Yeah, you're missing the point. So like the Formula 1 game isn't sold to people that want to drive realistic F1 cars. It's sold to people that want to roleplay being Max Verstappen or something. So the physics and all the game, all that stuff's irrelevant. LMU's trying to be a simulator. Your fans of Le Mans are different. So, and Le Mans doesn't have the same pull or thing at all, even compared to motorbike racing. So basically, LMU is in the general sim space, and it is competing with iRacing and AC Evo. So I like what they've done. I think they've done the right thing. But right, iRacing, LMU has way better physics than iRacing. But think of it from your average consumer's viewpoint. Why would you, if you're willing to do...
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate the sub there. Thank you very much. If you're someone that's bought a steering wheel and pedals, which is probably what you need to play LMU, you're someone that can afford to play iRacing. If you're someone that can do iRacing, what are you going to play? If you're not that good at sim racing, but you can afford it, are you going to play LMU, which is a little bit janky at times, and yeah, physics are better, netcode's better, but people don't notice because they can't drive? Or do you play the game that has big events where you can get a team of 4 or 5 people together and do an event and it's got the real drivers in it and stuff? Which one are you likely to do if you don't notice physics differences? You're going to go for iRacing. And then if, as I say, if AC Evo is good, and let's say it's got racing in it, some kind of ranking, why would you play LMU? I'm saying this, I like LMU personally. I'm just talking about it from an actual market perspective. It doesn't matter, Skywilk, because no one cares. Yeah, I've just explained this to you. Nobody cares about WEC. The people that care about WEC don't care about it being a realistic physics simulator, in the same way that people that care about Formula 1 don't care if the F1 game's realistic or not. Yeah, but ACC has cars that people like in it. So ACC's got GT3 cars in it. People care about, like, GT3 is way more popular than WEC is. You can drive hypercars in iRacing though. And you can also drive GT3 cars in iRacing. But ACC is a lot cheaper than iRacing. So that's a reason that people would play ACC over iRacing. LMU is going to... The graphics engine is dated. It doesn't run very well. It's going to end up starting to cost more than ACC and other stuff. And most people that are in the space would not notice that it's got better physics and racing. And the game's got stability issues. And there's a whole bunch of stuff. So, it's like Race Room, right? What have I've never been wrong on anything. I'm never wrong. Race Room, for example, is one of the best racing sims for racing. For netcode, general AI. No, I wasn't wrong for LFMAC. Because I specifically said if they run stupid content, it will be the same as BTCC with the rFactor 2 implementation. They have to run... If they run stupid stuff, that'll break it. As soon as they went from running good basic content to running stupid cars and mods and pay mods, I was like straight away, oh, they've killed it. so no, not at all wrong. If LFM was just doing MX5 and F3 and that was it, it would have loads of people playing it. But they ran loads of random shit. Even with rFactor 2, if LFM just ran GT3 or something with rFactor 2, or whatever car's good fun to drive in rFactor 2, it would have had a bit more activity. But they ran random as fuck stuff. So... So no, I wasn't wrong. I absolutely called it perfectly. Martin Hall, the problem with that is you can't really do single player. Is really complicated and really time consuming, and actually $200,000 people were watching IMSA today on YouTube. That's quite a bit for American series. Hypercars have got... Yeah, and iRacing is an American platform, and iRacing has hypercars. And so those players will generally go to iRacing. Because, again, if you can afford a steering wheel, and you're like, oh, which rear-wheel drivers, which sim are they playing mostly? Oh, they're playing iRacing. Oh, which sim has the big events, which are the big endurance events, which I can do as a team and join in, and it's going to be stable. Oh, it's iRacing. And those types of people don't notice the physics differences. They don't notice that LMU is a better racing sim. So they would just go for iRacing. That's the point I'm making. No, I know they do, but most people will play iRacing. Most people play iRacing for everything, even though it's worse. I'm not saying what I like. I'm saying the market reality. Personally, I'd rather people play LMU. I'm not saying which is a better sim. I'm saying how stupid sim races are. Well, it could. I could see it could be a success. I would like it to be a success, but I'm saying that they're up against a lot. If you've got iRacing continuing to do what it does and its entrenched user base, and it already does hypercars, endurance races, large grids, and everything, you've already got that. Then if Assetto Corsa Evo comes out, and let's say it actually has racing and some kind of ranking in it, and it's actually good, like it might not be, AC Evo could be shit, it could be like a cruising game, who knows, whatever. But if AC Evo's good, you end up with stuff like LMU, especially when they start doing DLC, and it starts then fragmenting the user base, because people are like, oh, I don't want to buy that track, or, you know. So, because a lot of people that have LMU now are like oh, it's cheap and I'll pick it up, or I can jump in and drive it. But if they start fragmenting that, then you might be in trouble. Flying Phoenix. No, I mean they need to get away from the R-Factor brand because it's cursed. You can with the car, Skyworld, but you can't with the tracks. I think that's the problem. I don't know. They need to make it so that you can, and in which case that'd be really good. Also, right, so the thing that people say, a lot of people say, LMU needs single player, and it doesn't at all. Like, this is something that like sim racers just ask for stuff that doesn't make any sense. LMU should focus on being absolutely just ranked endurance racing stuff. GTE, exactly like what WEC is. Like, it should be the ACC, like what you're saying, Skywilk. It should be the ACC of WEC, and then it should be that you literally load the game up and there's like what it is now. There's a ranked GT race, there's a ranked endurance race, and at weekends there's like a ranked proper endurance race, right? If they really focus on that, as make it as hyper specific as possible, that would be the best thing they do. Single player is irrelevant for those types of games. Single player makes sense if you have really good AI, you've got a single player story, you've got like a point system and everything. You know, that for something like the Formula 1 game or something, it makes sense. So R-Factor 2 is cursed because they launched it in 2012 and it was a really bad launch, and they were expecting modders to basically bail out R-Factor 2 in the same way that R-Factor 1 was. But then AC1 came out relatively soon, like 2 years after R-Factor 2, and also R-Factor 2 launched with you having to pay for the game, which was quite expensive, plus multiplayer, which they totally messed up. So not with ranked servers, it was like you're meant to spend like £12 additionally to then be able to access the basic multiplayer. So they effectively killed the multiplayer. It was really stupid. And then R-Factor 2 has always been super convoluted to access. So is R-Factor 1. Like, mods were a pain in the arse. Force feedback was a pain in the arse setup. The game didn't alt tab properly. All this stupid shit. You'd have to edit JSON files constantly. Sometimes some cars would have back to front force feedback. Like, mental shit. That was the thing with R-Factor 1. R-Factor 2 still had that. And it ran pretty bad as well. And it looked pretty dated. And the force feedback was all over the place from car to car. And the UI looked terrible. So, basically, AC1 came out. And effectively, the cars actually drive more realistically than R-Factor 2 in many ways. But crucially, it looked nice, it ran nice, very easy to set up, and modding is very simple. So, yeah, so R-Factor 2 is basically cursed because the developer would keep going, oh, we're going to do a new user interface, going to do a new interface, and then they would do a new interface, but it's just as bad as the previous one. So, it wasn't a simple tech demo. Skywilk, you have like this alternate version of history. You have this like mental view of sim history that's based off your bias. Skywilk's sim museum is like, it's like one of those like propaganda museums. It's like a communist Russia museum where they're like, we enjoyed the rations. It was better under Stalin. Yeah, millions of people died because of the agricultural failings, but it was better under Stalin because I had a loaf of bread every day and I didn't need to worry about doing this, whatever. But yeah, so the R-Factor brand is also it's so convoluted with content, Steam Workshop. That's the thing. You need to, with a sim, you have to launch with a good solid sim, a good solid base to gain the credibility, to gain a core user base. Otherwise, you get stuck like with AMS2 in many ways. Like it's it's got AMS2 has a bunch of deluded players. A lot of them are from AMS1 and Project Cars and stuff. AMS1's really good, but then there's just there's a lot of deluded people that are obsessed with AMS2. So that's helped Reza. But Reza have had to just keep updating it constantly, and even then it's been an absolute chore for them to get people somewhat interested in AMS2 compared to iRacing and AC. Yeah, R-Factor 2 is too complicated to mod, and it's a pain in the arse as well. So it's hard. It takes too much effort to get a good result, and it's very easy to mess up cars. Hello, JK. You know, AMS1 is basically Assetto Corsa. It's like Reza took R-Factor 1, which by that point had already been somewhat established, and a lot of the annoying shit had been worked out. And then they fixed the user interface. They made sure all the cars were like super polished, because R-Factor 1 had a load of shit content in it as well. And so with AMS1, it was like, oh, you buy it, there's a bunch of content in there, it all drives absolutely superb, sounds great, nice tracks, great. So you'd have to think as a consumer. That's the crucial thing with a simulator. At the end of the day, it's a consumer gaming product, so there's a huge value in the ease of access. And that's what sim devs have to get right at launch. They have to make it so that their sim is simple. And to be fair, LMU has actually done a reasonable job of that, though it's still quite buggy. I mean, they obviously had to they launched it like a year too early because they financially had to. Well, this is the problem that Rennsport has as well. It's not got enough in there. So even though potentially like the handling is not terrible, graphics are quite nice on Unreal 5, and it's got some nice tracks and stuff in it. It's fine. Like, it drives better than Gran Turismo in many ways and some other stuff. The problem it has, they've like done the beta. It's not really out yet. That's why I don't really cover it that much, because you can't buy it. So it's not like I need to give consumer advice or anything. But yeah, it's not got enough in it really. So
the pace car is out of control.
I think sim races are. Thanks for following. Welcome, Motus. Sim races are just tired. Like, it's hard enough driving a car setups, getting equipment all working, everything. That's hard enough. So the software needs to be accessible. Sim racers are sim racing for fun, ultimately. So it has to be an entertainment product. It has to just work nicely. Yeah, Joe, exactly. At launch, iRacing did the structure of iRacing, not the pricing, but the idea that you sign up, you pay a ridiculous amount of money, and there's an online race is really good. And it tracks your stats. That's really good. And to be fair, I think LMU's done a really good job. Like, again, I'm not against LMU. I really like what they're doing. The game, load it up. There's a race every hour. The race works really well. It's got the track. Like, I think LMU's actually done. It's really, really good. It's just, unfortunately, it's a little bit buggy. And yeah. But I like LMU. Like, my personal. So this is what a lot of people don't understand. When I talk about stuff, there's my subjective personal thing, which I don't normally talk about because I don't think it's relevant to anyone. Personally, I really like LMU. Subjectively, I really like it. And objectively, there's points that they have done that are really good. But from a market perspective, they are in a tricky spot. especially with new sims coming out, especially with iRacing existing, you know. Novotny, no, when I'm normally talking about stuff, I'm normally talking from a not from a position of what I personally like, because it's not relevant to anyone. So like, if I'm talking about the handling in a simulator, it's not relevant which car I happen to like, or which sim I think feels better, or which force feedback I like the most. That's irrelevant. It's not relevant to anyone else. Like, why would they have the same subjective view as me? When I talk about physics or what, or you know, I'm talking about the objective component differences between the stuff. So, why do you damage your ankle? So, like, for example, personally, I think DCS is a complete pain in the arse, and I can't be arsed to load it up. But it's a fact that it has the best helicopter physics in it, you know. But, like, I don't load it up and play it. But it is a fact that if your goal was to, like, fly helicopters and stuff, DCS would be the one to play. If someone came to me and they're like, oh, I do race driving, or I'm training or something, and they were like, right, which sim would I use, for what reasons? And then I'd be like, well, okay, iRacing is great for online racecraft, but you have to be aware of its tyre model. It's not like real car tyres. The force feedback is this way and that way. AC's maybe better in this way, but then you have to be aware of the curbing, and also some aspects of how the cars handle at the limit with different cars. LMUs like this, you know, I just explained the reality. I wouldn't say to them, oh, personally, I'm a really big... personally, I think AC's the best. I'd give a reason behind each thing that I'm saying. I noticed a lot of people conversationally don't operate like that. Whenever I look at World Sim Series, it's always dead. It's always totally dead, Spargo. Join the Teapot Discord, guys. iRacing weirdly works quite well with low-end wheels. It's really strange.
There's the flag. It's over.
AC1 actually works quite well with low-end wheels, and so does Live for Speed. Always work really well with like crappy wheels, because I think because the tyres in iRacing are really like drawn out. Like the slip curve is like really drawn out. Obviously at the limit it just drops off. It doesn't make sense, but like up to that, it's actually, the cars are responsive, but then the slip is really drawn out. Because of that, it lends itself quite well to crappy wheels. If it wouldn't configure though, that's probably like a driver issue. To be honest, that's probably some weird driver issue. What wheel is it that you've got? Wheels all use the same general software to interact with Windows, so there could be some problem there, some other issue. Oh no, a G29 will work with everything. There's something wrong with your computer. Yeah, G29 works with everything, for sure. No, I just woke up really early. Went to bed early and woke up early. Alright, Night. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Get a Fanatec set up this week. Nice. Did you use the Amazing Game of Muscle affiliate link? Or the Moser link. Look at that. We have adverts under the camera. Amazing. Flying Phoenix, do you have a go-to car in most sims? If you were trying to if you wanted to test physics in different simulators to understand the tire model, what you'd want to do is you'd want to drive a really like a go-kart would actually be the best way to test the underlying physics, because it exposes the tire model very quickly and the jank of the tire model, because it's just the tires with no suspension or anything. But yeah, I think what you do is you want a Formula car, really fast, like a high downforce car. You then want like a road car and then a vintage car or something, and then you with those three types of car, you could then have a really good idea as the range of the physics for a different simulator. GT3 cars probably aren't very good because they have traction control and ABS and stuff. Especially modern GT3 cars, they will traction control will hide tyre physics issues with simulators, because it will obviously stop the tyre getting to the limit. So dig you need to just manually set the rotation. Just in the game, set it to 900 in the wheel and 900 in the game.
1422. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Here we go.
Green, green, green.
Start with flight sims, to be honest. If you wanted to test a flight sim, you'd want to fly like a Cessna, a slow World War II plane, a Cessna, and then maybe like a small jet, a fighter jet, and a passenger plane. So you could pick like one of each sort of big class of aircraft, or maybe even like a microlight or a glider would be really good. A glider especially. A glider, a Cessna, a World War II plane, a little passenger jet, a fighter jet, and then like a large jet. And with that, you would have a really good idea as to the general flight dynamics and what you could just pick it up very quickly. The prototype what? Hello, Cat Debate. Yeah, VRS alright. They're just like they do pedals and they rebrand the what's effectively like an OSW, but with their own controller and software. I know some of the guys behind VRS are good people. I think the thing is, what you want to do is, it's not about if a car or plane handles like a real-world car or plane, like a specific real-world thing. When you're playing a simulator, like, they're never going to line up to an actual real-world thing anyway, because it's a bloody video game. So what you're really looking for is, where does it break? And then you find out where it breaks, and you can just do that by... In a driving sim, you can do that by just inducing oversteer or locking up, With a flight sim, you put the plane into a stall and see how it behaves, or how much you can balance it in a stall, and if you can do aerobatics. I've not tried any of the new stuff. It's all sim racing hardware is basically irrelevant, to be honest. For the last like 3 or 4 years, every DD wheel that's got like 12 Newton meters is fine. Any load cell pedal is fine. It's the software's holding the stuff back, not the hardware. all like a Moza R12, Simagic, whatever, Fanatec DD Plus or whatever, or OSW, or any of these things, VRS. It's all limited by the software, the physics, and the force feedback of the games. It's not, the hardware's not important. Yeah, no model is perfect. I say for flight and driving sims, because we're playing them as video games, like I'm not a race team. All that matters from a consumer point of view is, do the cars drive like cars? Not does it drive like a specific car, or does it match that real world car? It's like, does it have any big physics holes in it? Is there like specific stuff that's massively broken that stops you from being able to use the same real world skills? Anything after that is an absolute bonus, but that's the main thing. Because as long as it drives like a physical car, not a specific one, but in general, well then it's fine, isn't it? Because you're not going to go and drive that car in real life, so it doesn't matter. It's like you just want the dynamics to be the same, or the physics to be realistic, so that you can enjoy the enjoyable part of driving. And then each different car can be each different car.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 36.878.
There we go. We are chasing this guy down. But yeah, at the moment, I keep saying this, no simulator on the market has ticked all the boxes of the tyres acting like natural tyres in all situations. Under the limit, over the limit, balanced on the limit, on curbs, in wet, in dry. No simulator has done all the basics perfectly. So that's yet to happen. Along with like communicative force feedback, and then along with like ranked multiplayer. No sim has done all the basics.
Slammed into me twice in 2 corners. That's crazy.
Well, the weird, the deal breaker thing, the weird thing with iRacers is the degree to which they will ignore the fact that you can't drive on the limit, which is the most important part of driving, really. So, I mean, also, the irony with the curbing thing in AC is that the reason the curbs do what they do relative to iRacing curbs is because they're actually 3D modelled, and a lot of the curbs in iRacing are completely flat. Also, in real life, a lot of curbs can actually really unsettle the car on the throttle. Not as crazy as it is in AC, obviously, but so someone's basically learned very specific lines, and then they're unwilling to compromise those lines. But it strikes me that you can adjust your lines through a track. It's just like driving a slightly different track. You can't adjust not driving on the limit. Well, you can just not drive on the limit, but you're fundamentally having to not use the core skill. So, as I said, we've said this before, it's like if you were playing a tennis game, but they removed backhands. Like if you're playing a VR tennis game, but it doesn't support backhands or something. It's like, well, hang on, that's a pretty core, or like it doesn't support topspin. That's probably better. It's like that's kind of a only until recently, Sparkone The curbs in iRacing are basically flat. Like, look at them. They're actually flat. They've only recently made them 3D. A lot of people didn't know that the iRacing curbs are just a texture in a lot of cases.
The car in P1, just set the fastest lap.
They're not actually 3D curves.
559. New fastest lap for you.
And it's weird. The irony is, if AC1 had not modelled its curbs in 3D, you wouldn't have the physics issue that you have. So, ironically, AC being ahead of iRacing in track realism made it less realistic in terms of curb behaviour. It's a good example of how sometimes less realistic is more realistic, which is something sim racers often really struggle with. The car understeers at the limit. Oh, so yeah. So basically, exactly. If you're someone that there's a lot of real-world drivers that their driving style is to drive into understeer, which is a perfectly fine. You can drive like that, or they don't ever get into oversteer. They gradually build up, and they have a tiny bit of oversteer, but you know they're not really used to like
The car in P1, just
really
set the fastest
oversteering,
lap.
you know, or as an option.
0.314.
Or going over and then bringing it back. They're not used to that. That's a really common way for a lot of people to drive. It's just a way to drive. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But those types of players don't notice the tyre model differences between different sims particularly. They're also the type of people that will play one sim and another sim and they'll go, oh, this sim's understeering. It's like, it's not. You just need you're not driving properly, or you're not driving in a way. You're not getting the car onto the tyres.
Are you serious with that? Come on.
To be able to balance it properly. So they then perceive it as just being understeering because they're effectively driving onto the fronts and then ploughing. Are you serious?
Idiotic dive bombs.
Bit of salt there. It always surprises me the number of sim racers that can't drift. And to me, that's like the most initial fundamental skill that you should have whilst driving a car. You should always be able to hold slip in a car. Like, that's the goal. Small amounts of slip. It's the most fun part of driving. Guys, join our YouTube by clicking on the link that's in the chat room. We do reviews, videos, whinging, tea drinking. It is drifting. Yeah, no, it is drifting. It is still basically you're always drifting. It's a small drift. Balancing a car in slip, combined slip on all four tyres through an apex, braking through the apex and on the throttle. It is actually drifting. It is actually it's the same skill. It's just in a much smaller window, but you are trying to hold a specific amount of slip for the situation that you're in control of. So that, no, it's not what people use because they don't know what they're talking about, but it is drifting. It's not competitive, try and hold as wide an angle as possible, but it is exactly the same skills effectively. You're holding a car in combined slip and then doing that whilst trying to drive the racing line. You might not do that on every single corner, and different cars will have more or less combined slip that's productive, and there's different styles and ways of doing it, but that's the essence of driving. That's why driving is compelling, is because you have to make a preemptive.
The car in P1.
You make a prediction for the trajectory, and then you're also having to use balancing skills. So there's loads of cars out there that really don't actually handle that well until you really get them onto the tyres. It's literally called getting the car onto the tyres. It's the happy zone. Well, it doesn't help that commentators will also make a big thing out of drivers catching slides, even when the slide that's happened is because the driver's induced it through really bad driving, or it's a completely easy to catch slide and just normal driving, but commentators will ham it up for the sake of making it into a thing. And then it also doesn't help that people see drifting and slip as like a sort of showy, spectacular thing, right? So in vintage movies and stuff, they make a big thing out of it. So, and then it also doesn't help that obviously being smooth and not sliding a lot is fast. Like, you don't want to be sliding loads. So people that are just getting into motorsport or sim racing, they hear that like, oh, smooth is fast, or don't slide, you know, you're over driving. They hear that on a superficial level. They don't fully understand it, so they don't then get that actually going, like, a car can't physically move unless it's got slip. That's just physics. But that outside of that, they don't understand that there's like a 3 to 8 degree amount of slip, combined slip, that is when a tyre is actually producing the most productive amount of grip. They don't know that. They think the most amount of grip is before there's like combined slip. Now there might be some specific cars where that is the case, so there's always exceptions to the rules, but yeah. It's just like there's oh well. The problem is it requires you to actually... You have to be able to drive to a certain level to understand it, I think. So, unless people can, they won't understand it. And another difficulty is you can actually be really fast at driving.
5 laps to go. Podium is looking good.
You can actually be really, really fast at driving whilst actually having pretty bad fundamental skills just by memorising and hot lapping. So someone could be like 3-4k I rating and still have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
You know, they could have no idea because they're just playing it like Guitar Hero. But oh wow. Oh wow. I mean, also, right, people don't know about force feedback. I watched some of those Stig videos. They don't know. Even Stephen Super GT, who I know quite well, I don't think he knows.
Thank you.
I don't think he knows how the force feedback, specifically in AC, how you can set it up to feel the brakes or actually drive from the force feedback.
P1, Just set the fastest
a lot of people don't know. They can be really quick and really good drivers, and obviously compared to a real car, Sim's always going to feel totally dead. But people don't understand the abstraction and where to then apply that abstraction. And also, people tend to set up the force feedback too strong or with too much damper, so you can't actually feel the sort of more subtle stuff through the wheel. So, you know, same with flight sim force feedback joysticks. People don't realise how you can set up G-force effects on a force feedback joystick. They don't realise how you can set that up to feel when the plane's going to stall and to actually be more precise and to have it mirror what you feel in a real plane. They don't know. So even real pilots, even professional full-time pilots, they don't know because they're not, you know, they're not.
Okay.
They've not spent time messing around with haptic devices, and it's an abstraction, so it requires like creativity. Why did I bring up Steve? Because he was doing the videos with the Stig, and they were saying stuff in the videos that indicates that, you know, or Steve's like damaged his brain playing too much Gran Turismo. Also, I know Steve quite well, and so, you know, I'm not knocking him. I mean, the weird thing as well is in that Stig video, the Porsche RSR is not a GT3 car. It doesn't have ABS, so I think they, again, it's just weird. Obviously, the reality is if you're filming a video like that, you're doing a bunch of content in a rush, so I'm not knocking them. Like, the reality of filming content, it's just about getting content out there and just introducing more people to sims and things, so, you know, it's all good. Yeah, Ben Collins will think iRacing is shit for sure. He likes driving with slip and stuff, as do many drivers. But maybe he doesn't. I can't put words in his mouth. He does, but maybe he doesn't. It's so funny. It's so funny how people will be so, like, diplomatic for the sake of not wanting to be negative because they know that it makes them look bad. If you're honest, if you're just matter-of-fact honest, it pisses people off. So people they're not matter-of-fact honest because they don't want to look like an arse. I think if everyone was straight talking, the world would be a better place. It's difficult though if you've got a lot of viewers or you're somewhat famous. The problem is if you say something even slightly critical or negative, loads of people jump on it and then take it out of context in the other direction. So, you know. So you basically end up being stuck in a position of not being able to say anything. So it's like if Daniel Morad says a vaguely critical thing about ACC, you then end up with 1 billion people regurgitating. Daniel Morad said this. Daniel Morad said this. It's like, that was close.
Right side, clear on the right.
It's like, who cares what he said? Like, what's the reasons behind
I don't
what
like
they said?
ACC, but I do like the Normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
It's really weird, Skywilt, because also I like see stuff online and things, and people will go, I was watching a professional GT3 driver and they said this, and it's like, who cares? Do you know what I mean? It's like, who cares? Like, first of all, being a professional GT3 driver doesn't mean anything. I'm not saying that about Morad, because he's actually a good driver, but like, there's lots of shitty GT3 drivers that are professional. Morad's actually a good driver, so, but you know. But even I don't think Morad would see himself as like as good as like top level F2 or F1 drivers. So, you know, even in that spectrum of things. But then also, you're talking about video games, so who cares? It's like if a professional pilot says, oh, I don't like X-Plane, I prefer this. It's like, who cares? Unless they give a reason. Unless they say, oh, I prefer Microsoft Flight Sim because the plane systems line up really nicely with my real plane, so that's why I like it. And then you're like, oh, that's awesome. That's great. You've given me a piece of information that is verifiable and interesting.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Oh, well, it's just stupid, isn't it? People are always a bit dumb, so. I like saying that I like pineapple pizza to Italians. It upsets
The
them.
pace car is out of control.
Elvis Forenzo and Spark One. Hello, thanks for
Did
following.
really well.
Yeah, so anyway, as I say, there's a more famous people are in an awkward position in that if they're actually honest, people then take what they say out of context, and they also if Daniel Morad, for example, says something vaguely negative about ACC, which might be his subjective view or it might be an objective view, all the iRacing fanboys will be like, oh, Morad said this, and all the ACC mega fanboys will be like, oh, we hate Matt Morad, he's such an idiot. And it's like, and then those people will start talking and posting messages that are completely disconnected from the reality. People have done it to me as well. Like, they take what I say, they don't understand what I'm saying, and then they post it in other streamers' chats on forums and stuff, and they go, Gamer Muscle thinks this, and it's like, no, you just strawmanned what I've said. Like, all the stuff I ever say is directly in line with what people that work in the sim, like core sim industry stuff, would be saying. So it's like, it's really bizarre. Thanks for subscribing, Zapsplat. Asking again because I'm genuinely interested. Who is your best friend in the YouTube sim racing community? The one you go to a pub with? Well, I don't know. I don't really like have best friends. I'm a loner. I like being on my own, to be honest. But I hang out with Random Call Sign. We've done a lot of stuff together. I hung out with quite a few people. Steve's all right. I don't know. Jardier probably. Jardier makes me laugh the most, to be honest. I find Jardier's the funniest, so that would be yeah. If I had to pick just one person in all of sim racing to hang around with, it'd probably be Jardier. Not because he's better or worse than other people. It's just that Jardier has a good sense of humour. So Dave Cam, actually, I like that Dave Cam takes the piss out of me. This is Aiden's alright. Aiden's nice, yeah. He seemed like be good to hang around with. So personally, I like people that can take the piss out of me. And the thing with Dave Cam's old, so he's had years of practice. That's what I mean. So there's lots of people in sim racing you can hang around with. It'd be fine. Pretty friendly. I've not really been around Matt that much. Like, only once at one event. But I'd like to hang around with him for sure. I've always wanted to have a candlelit dinner with Sean Cole. I don't know Matt Malone personally that well, other than just general chatting and stuff. So, but Exactly. Dave Cam knows how to dish it out. Yeah, I find Dave Cam funny. Yeah, I think the thing is, a lot of there's lots of just really friendly people, but like I like people with comedy stuff and things. So I don't know Daniel Gray that well personally. It seems like it'd be funny to hang around with. Yeah. I think he's quite young though. He seems quite young. Which is not a bad thing. I mean, you are whatever age you are. Right, let's do this. I don't know who can sing out of sim races. Well, Dave Cam will shank you, won't he? Dave Cam the shank. Sure, yeah, Sean's doing Simpit. You should go and subscribe to his channel. He does reviews, and there's also Amir as well who does stuff for Simpit. They're both good. Like I've hung out with Amir a few times. Ermin's a psychopath. Ermin is he would murder people and wouldn't feel anything. Yeah, no, Ermin's definitely a psychopath. I've only met Mike once. He seemed alright, but he had jet lag, so so I don't know him very well. He had jet lag, so we were just being silly. I don't be mean to people. I mean, I don't know him that well. I've met him at events, but I just think he's probably a psychopath. That's all. I don't really know him. He would kill you with his bare hands and not feel anything for sure. Which it wasn't Random Call Sign, your friend. They're still our friends. We chat, we message. I've not seen him recently though, but I'd do stuff with Random Call Sign. He's him and Rad Weasel as well. Dude, normally end up spending time with them if we go to like expos and things. We haven't had a rift. Oh, because he likes ACC. No, I just take the piss out of him. Yeah. What are we doing?
Okay, let's go.
Have I seen the Clone Reviewer? No. I've not seen that. So I'm trying to think what to eat. I'm thinking of food. Just had 2 bananas and I'm still hungry. Yeah, sim racing's weird in general. It's a weird thing. What's weird is the flight sim stuff as well. I think I might try and go to Flight Sim Expo next year, see what that's like. Well, so the thing is, because I do a lot of talking in live streams, I don't really if I'm at like a sim racing event, I'm normally talking about food. I'm not massively into cars. That's the thing. A lot of sim racers are really into motorsport and cars. I like racing, but I'm not really into cars. So that's a weird thing I noticed. Well, it's not weird. It's obviously you'd expect it, but like a lot of people working in sim racing for sim companies and influencers and stuff are obviously really into cars. I just don't care. I like sims and I like force feedback and I appreciate engineering and stuff, but I'm not into all the facts about each specific weird thing. So yeah, it's a good brand, isn't it? Yeah. Disney's cars, yeah. That's what they wanted to watch every night. Yeah, there's some right car nerds in sim racing. It's so funny. Lawrence is good. There's some people in sim racing that aren't public that I hang around with as well that are good to hang around with. I won't say the names because they're not public. But like there's Lawrence de Sos was awesome to hang around with. He's really good. Oh yeah, Michi Hoyer as well. He's nice. When you look at your 60s Ferrari or Alfa, you're telling me you don't feel a tingle in your man regions. No, I just don't care. Like it's just another thing. Like I think cars are just a bit. No, don't get me wrong. If it's like an F2004 or a Radical. Or like Spitfires, or like an old vintage rocket, or there's certain things, but it's not cars in general. Do you know what I mean? It's not the category that I'm into. It's like, oh, that's an engineering marvel, or that happens to be it mechanically works really well. The end result's really good. German women don't look like men. Well, I mean, I like that a lot of German women don't wear a lot of makeup. I like that personally. I do like tomboyish girls, to be fair. But tomboyish to me isn't tomboyish. It's just neutral. Like my view on gender is I don't believe in gender as a concept. Like gender exists culturally. Like I wear trousers and I've got a beard and stuff, and people say, "Oh, that's masculine." But like I don't. It exists, but it's not relevant. So I don't. You know what I mean? Like, so like stuff that's stupid shoes that are impractical clothing, stupid impractical makeup. I'm not totally against makeup. Don't get me wrong, but I don't. I find it more attractive when a woman. A female, like an actual woman, sex, woman sex, what I'm attracted to, when they are gender neutral, I think that's like more practical. So someone like that's good at sports or you know, I don't like feminine stuff. Also, I don't like super masculine stuff either. I think like, you know, like toxic masculinity. There's toxic femininity and toxic masculinity, and I don't think either of them are appealing. They're both like creations by largely by capitalism to sell people products. I think in reality, the natural state for people is to be somewhat agendered. Largely, you know, people might wear like have long hair, or whatever, but even that doesn't matter. So, yeah.
Sorry about that.
It was nice, actual women. Well, I don't know what language you can use. I don't know what language you can use to describe like a gendered woman versus someone with chromosomes, like the words. The problem is people use the language totally all over the place, don't they? So it's hard to like, you know, it's hard to be clear on it. I don't care if someone's trans, straight, not that that's to do with sex, but like, you know, I don't care. Like, humans are humans, so it's become like a contentious issue. But like, every individual's an individual. I don't care what they're doing. so yeah. Like my view as well is I could be attracted to a trans woman. I wouldn't care. I could be attracted to a guy. I wouldn't care. I just don't give a shit. It's like if someone's a nice person, I'm gonna, every individual person, I'll be like, oh, what is that individual person? What are their views? What are they saying? And is it logically makes sense, or they're just nice to hang around with, or whatever? That's all I care about. So, you know. Go to bed. Thanks for watching. Guys, check out our Patreon if you want to support us directly and join the Cult of Force Feedback. That's a way to keep us doing what we do if you want to, but don't feel like you have to. Would I date a trans woman? If I was attracted to them, yeah. Like, I wouldn't care. I would date a guy if I was attracted to them. I don't know why people have a problem with this. If you happen to fancy someone, why would you care? Like, dude, do you know what I mean? If you like someone, you like them. If you fancy someone, you fancy them. Now, turns out I'm just boring. I've never really. I've met like one attractive. I don't know if they were trans at the time, but they're probably trans by now. When I was younger, but I've not been attracted to any trans people recently, and I've never been attracted to men. But if I was, I wouldn't care. It's a legal stream. Yeah, no, I just wouldn't care. I think people like, a lot of people like want to set, oh, I'm definitely this, I'm definitely that. Just don't pigeonhole yourself. Life's a lot easier if you just don't care. You're just like, whatever, go with it. Yeah, exactly, Izzy. It's all about the flaccid. Who hasn't? Who can't appreciate a flaccid statue? Oh yeah, I would date Random Callsign. He's good looking, yeah. Bit too hairy, but he's good looking. It is weird though, isn't it? I think with men in particular, there's a lot of insecurity over that. So like, women, from my experience, are much more open to like same-sex relationships, whereas men, there's a bigger taboo around it. Like, they either have to be gay, or like they wouldn't really generally experiment. Like, even if they did find someone attractive, they would be like, oh, I can't do that because it would be gay. Like, rather than them going, oh, I like that person, so whatever, who cares? But yeah, I've not been attracted to men, so yeah, that's it. Full on that alopecia. That's what I go for. You kissed a girl and you liked it. Yeah, never say never. I mean, who knows? Like, it's the same with anything, isn't it? I don't like certain food, but maybe I'll have it one day and I'll be like, oh, I like it now. I think Random Callsign's actually he's a different category. You're breaking up with RC. He's a new category. And I think it's because you have a whole mixture of components to it, don't you? You've got people that feel like that a trans person, male to female, female to male, that first of all they feel like it's like a lie or something. Then you have like a whole cultural thing behind it. Then you have like people that are insecure, like the idea that they might fancy someone and then they go, oh, they were a male to female or female to male or whatever, so they're insecure about that. Then you have like all the different cultural stuff. Then you have like traditional religious stuff. Then you have like capitalism, making money out of it and creating a toxic framework around it to monetize it. So then it's used as a way to derail and distract people from other issues. So it's been created by media, basically. In the last 5 or 6 years, it's largely the hot topic aspect of it has been manufactured by not mainstream media, but like parts of media as a way to generate money and to distract from other issues. So, it's a shame because there's a lot of like there'll be a lot of trans people that they don't want any drama. They're just normal people. they're just normal people. They just want to get on with their lives. The vast majority of trans people, male, female, whatever, they're just like anyone. The vast majority of people just want to live their lives. Do you know what I mean? They don't want a big thing surrounding everything. That's a very small minority of hyper anti-trans or hyper trans or hyper gay, hyper straight, hyper toxic masculine, hyper toxic feminine. There's a small group of people that are like weird. Also, I think there's a lot of sexism, isn't there? That also plays into it. It's just a wedge issue. People, again, the less that you categorise people, and the more that you think of people as just individuals, and you just like you let people do what they do as much as possible, or you evaluate people on what they as an individual are saying, the easier things are. As soon as you start grouping people, it just makes everything a bit of a mess. It's like grouping. People do it with everything, though. They like do it with sim racing. They'll go, this person, you're in the sim racing, a sim racer, or like it's really weird. It's like, no, I'm not a sim racer. I do sim racing. I like other things as well. Or do you know what I mean? They'll be like, you're representing this thing because you do it. It's like, well, no, you represent everything all the time. Whatever you're doing is representing everything. People have this obsession with pigeonholing everything. It's insane. It's like, just stop doing it. Like, even with like Jimmy Broadbent and stuff, they'll be like, he's representing sim racing in real motorsport. It's like, no, he does sim racing. He's managed to make money out of sim racing, and now he's doing real racing. He's not representing like Jimmy could. He turns out he's like good. He's good at marketing, and he's a good business person. And he's generally a nice person, but he could be a complete cock. It wouldn't matter. Do you know what I mean? It's really weird. I don't know why. Why would you put that pressure on someone? He represents himself. Everybody represents themselves. I don't know why that's such a hard concept for people. It's like, Lewis Hamilton represents Formula 1 or British Formula 1. Like, no, he doesn't. He's a Formula 1 driver. He does Formula 1. He represents all black people. It's like, no, he represents himself. People are so stupid. I mean, that's the thing as well, isn't it? If you happen to be, or like we're going on, I represent bold people in something. It's like, well, no, it's just irrelevant. making a false connection between someone's visual appearance and then some kind of grouping thing. Too many males in sim racing. Well, I mean, is there too many males? I mean, like, I don't know if you would actually see an actual 50-50 split. I mean, I don't think it matters in a sense. Like, what matters is someone should feel welcome to do anything, regardless of if they've got whatever genitals or whatever they identify as or whatever. They should feel welcome. So the issue is not the split of a group of people in a thing. You would generally expect there to be a fairly even split, so that does indicate that there's a historical issue there, so I'm not denying that. But ultimately the main thing is that everybody needs to feel welcome, and that's you get back to like just a humanist position. Everyone should always be humanist to everyone, like regardless of what their gender, sex, skin color, whatever, appearance, whatever. So that's the important thing. People should just be welcoming to other people. They should welcome their humanity. I mean, it doesn't bother me if there's other activities that have more women in it than men, or more gay guys and straight guys, or more black people than white people, or more Asians than Westerners, or more whatever. Like, it doesn't matter as long as whatever that activity is welcoming to everybody, and you don't use ethnicity, sex, or whatever, or gender, or any of these things to stop people from doing something they want to do. That's what really matters. Is he B? Well, that's exactly why I'm proudly Tory, because I just vote for them, and then I allow them to do all the stuff whilst I do nothing. You're not sure I would want to simplify it to capitalism bad or religion bad when gender has been a recurring phenomenon for hundreds of centuries, not exposed to. No, so it's not that capitalism's inherently bad, it's that you can use divisive issues to profit from them. So whatever the cultural divisive issue is, or you can even create a divisive issue by dividing people up to argue against it. So the component of capitalism that's particularly bad with the gendered stuff is especially with, like, so people tend to engage more with more emotive subjects, right? And in whatever the cultural environment is, there'll be certain things that are on the fringe of that general normative culture. Capitalism, that's a lot of it is based on online advertising, or just how many people view adverts, will then promote and push forwards stuff that's more emotive, and so media, magazines, online websites and stuff can make more money by magnifying stuff that's outside on the fringes of normative culture. And then what they do is they create a us versus them scenario, or hyper focus on certain things, or find someone that's wrong about something. They actually are wrong about it, but then use that as a manipulative tool, and then pit people against each other, because that makes people angry, which then makes them watch more adverts. So thanks for subscribing. That's the aspect. One part, it's not capitalism as a whole. Like, capitalism is a very complex thing. It's a component of modern social media and how to make money out of modern social media that lends itself to being contentious and creating conflict. Actively creating conflict can be quite profitable, so people are motivated through making money to create conflict at the detriment to minorities. And the reason why that's also beneficial for those people doing that is that because it's a minority that's been manipulated to get exploit the wealth out of, that minority is not going to have enough people to be able to attack the people that are using the minority as a way to profit off them. If you attacked like 50% of the population or a majority, you would get shut down by the majority of people telling you to shut the F up. But if you're picking on a small group of people, that group of people they can be like, we don't like this, but people are like, you know, they might not even understand. So yeah, it's not capitalism as a whole, it's just a component of it. Yeah, Andy Reader, the trans women in sport is such a minority issue on the grand scheme of things, and actually what it does is it actually highlights the absurdity of sport, in that if you actually think about it, sport is like really rigged to your birth parameters of what you happen to be. Like, if you're tall, you're much more likely to be a basketball player, and that's you don't have skill in that, or you might just be more apt at doing a certain activity, right? So actually, the whole thing with that, it actually draws attention to the absurdity of taking sport too seriously. If anything, funnily enough, that's the actual lesson to learn there. Yeah, there are some sports that you can be good at if you're tall or small, but I'm saying in general, no, in football, a lot of it will be to do with cardiovascular health, and there'll be aspects of coordination. There will be some predefined genetic components that lend themselves very well to being better at football than other activities. Or also, just access to training from a young age, and the economic environment is such a big factor. Like, the quality of training that you can have from a young age is going to be a huge thing for a lot of activities, and that's out of your control as a child. So the thing is, people just accept sport in a serious way, whereas actually we should be more like how the Romans were, or something, where you're like, right, you can do it, but you can't. Like, the Olympics used to be actual amateur. Like, it was, if you train too much, it'd be frowned upon. Should go back to that. It should be like, all right, guys, we're going to do this random sport. Don't train, because if you train, it's going to be, you ruin the fun.
Green flag, green flag.
Sport is actually just really absurd in many ways. People take it far too seriously.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Also, the other thing that's really funny with like high-end sport is it's such a small. It's only really relevant to a tiny number of people, because it's only a really small number of people doing it. Because most people are just fat and lazy. So it's really weird to hyperfixate on something that has no relevance to your actual life as an individual. Like, it really doesn't bear any relevance to my life. Who's winning football or rowing or cycling or whatever. Like, well, I don't care. But it's weird how much people latch onto things that have absolutely nothing to really do with them. But again, that's probably partly to do with capitalism, is that for a sport to be profitable, you have to market it, and you have to have people invested in something that actually has nothing to do with them, so they can be a spectator, but really doesn't have anything. Like, you could like, in a football stadium, you could execute like 30% of the spectators, right? And nobody would notice. Because those spectators have absolutely nothing to do with the actual game. They're just spectators. So, but they individually, it's parasocial manipulation. Individually, they're like, oh, I'm cheering, they can hear me. Oh, I'm supporting them. I'm just saying people take sport too seriously. Like, you can take it seriously and not seriously at the same time. That's the key.
All that.
Yeah, but I'm not winning that money. There is a lot of money in it, but it's nothing to do with me. Unless I'm in that sport, or I'm like actively, like I'm the manager, or like I'm actually connected to it in some way. For the vast majority of people, what is going on in an actual sport has so little relevance on your life, you should really not care about it at all, compared to basic economic factors like the inflation rate that's due to companies profiteering off inflation, or compared to like your quality of employment or the quality of housing or having fresh drinking water and stuff. Like, in terms of issues that you should give a shit about, sport should be very low down the bottom. It should be like, oh lol, that's sport. Do you know what I mean? It's like, who cares? I really shouldn't care about it. You can be like, oh, I enjoy it, but it's stupid, but I enjoy it. That's fine. But yeah, as I say, it's really such a low down concern compared to fundamental economic issues that affect everybody. That's the distraction of all this stuff. It's like, don't pay attention to the real things that matter.
The estimated strength of field is 1,859. Keep it clean. The DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, no. I think you're making a separate point about the gender there.
Green, green, green.
I understand why people latch onto gender and then they people are. It's just a human behaviour to like group things together as well. I think if we go into, I reckon, in a real sort of Star Trek society, I think stuff like perception of race, gender, all these things will basically devolve. Like you just won't be relevant. You'll just be like, oh yeah, it's just another person.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Still there.
In an enlightened society, why would you care? People might do different things, but you wouldn't. You'd just have loads of people just doing loads of different things and expressing in loads of different ways.
Car on your left.
Yeah,
Still there, hold
life's
your
too
line.
short.
Still there, hold your line.
Why is he driving into me? No need for that. You playing iRacing is exactly the same as them cheering on their team? No, because I'm actually playing iRacing and I'm actually I'm chatting, and this is also my job, so I'm directly involved in it. So, if an analogous component of sport would be if it was my own team, or like if I'm actually like my actual connection to it. And I said I don't take iRacing that seriously or sim racing that seriously, even though it's my job. Like I don't, things are both absurd as well as like, I enjoy doing them. I spend a lot of time doing it, but it's ridiculous. So how dare you say the same? I'm playing this purely out of self-loathing as well. I'm playing this for salt mining. Oh, here we go. I've turned the salt off. I'm playing this mostly for the humour of it.
Car on your left.
They always drive into the back of you there.
Car right. Stay Okay, on the left. Clear on the right.
Yeah, there might be. I said I'm not against sport. I'm just saying it's not me being against sport or being a fan of sport. I think there's just a tendency for people to be more concerned with sport than other things that are actually more pertinent or more connected to them. So I think a lot of people, and it's not just sport, it's like TV shows, it's a lot of entertainment. A large part of entertainment is predicated on a manipulation of it being parasocial, and in that sense it's actually a bit exploitative. That's my point. It's not that sport's bad or that you can enjoy it or you shouldn't enjoy it, you know. I quite like sport. Like, I've been watching the Euros. I like watching skiing. I enjoy seeing different people do stuff. You know, I like doing different activities as well. But it's the same with like music and things. It's just why not? Why not do it? Life, you know, might as well do random shit. But then on the same level, I really just don't care who wins a Formula 1 race or who wins the Euros, or, like, you know, in terms of what I personally care about. I don't know, like, a government addressing wealth inequality is pretty much at the top. Actually having a democratic system is that's stuff I care about. Like, I actually think that matters. No, I wasn't saying I didn't know the point. I was just making a point that people are overly attached to sport too much, relatively speaking. That's all. But it's fine. I'm overly attached to sim racing too much. So, where does he want me to go?
Clear on the right.
I can't brake any harder, and I can't move to the right anymore.
Your front wing is
Oh, come on. I couldn't do nothing there. I couldn't brake anymore, and he's just hot lapping. Yeah, I mean, we're all gonna be dead anyway, so it doesn't matter. Look, I'm talking whilst this is another thing. When you live stream, you kind of have to just keep talking, otherwise everyone falls asleep because sim racing is so boring. Have you tried talking?
Alexander,
Have you tried talking
beautiful.
rubbish? Have you tried talking rubbish for like 5 hours in a row? for 10 years? It's pretty. You go mental. This is how you go insane. This is a good car track combo. It's quite relaxing. I'm about to die though.
car on your left.
This guy has zero awareness.
Clear. Car on your left. Keep to the right.
Oh, bloody hell, he brakes too much as well.
Keep to the right. Keep to the right.
Oh, he's got zero awareness. And he brakes too much.
Clear.
These guys are going to wreck.
You're on the left. 3 wide. Right side.
There it is.
2 wide. Clear.
Called it! That guy had zero racecraft.
You're in the middle. 3 wide.
Oh, come on, guys. I'm just going to brake. I don't want to get wrecked.
Nice work, bud.
It's so predictable. You never want to be in the sandwich in iRacing. So the guy damaged my wing, drove awfully, blocked us, lost us the draft, and then wrecked himself. A tale as old as time. I'd quite like to drive one of these F4 cars in real life, actually. I think it'd be good fun. It shouldn't be too hard to drive.
On the left.
Physically, I think I'd imagine I could do like 5 laps. five laps, and then I'll be like, oh, I need a cup of tea, guys. Need a cup of tea now. Yeah, they're about the same speed as a Radical SR3, which I've had passenger laps in. It was quite nice. That was less worse than a
Juan, you can't react like that, dude.
rental go-kart.
You chose outside. You gotta stick to outside next time. Great racing, though.
Car on your left. Still there. You got a slow car on the left. Still there, hold your line. Go left. Still there, hold your line. Go left.
Really? For
Here.
fucking real.
It's the guy that fucking rejoined all crazy.
Yeah, no.
Side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left.
I couldn't avoid that.
Too much damage. We've got to fix it.
I almost avoided it, but they're all like blocked the track. I actually did the right choice here. Why did the red car crash?
Julian, go ahead.
There was no way to avoid it because the red car drove into the other guy like a noob. He just lost it. What was he doing? There was no way for me to avoid it. I couldn't get back on the track because the grass is too slippy. Yeah, I mean, it's just iRacers can't drive, so. And then the cars and the net code and everything. There's nothing you can do. Like the car contacts and net code in this game is absolutely horrendous. Like, why did this guy just drive into that other car? Like, why does he not realise that you don't avoid cars?
Did you get damaged, Julian?
You don't avoid cars by driving into other cars. How does he make that so bad for himself? He didn't even need to move to the left. He could have just kept driving straight. He probably would have been fine. Oh dear, so brain dead driving. It's probably netcode as well, yeah. I mean, look, we nice and easy avoided this. Nice and easy, perfectly calm, keeping out of the wall, avoid all the cars. But then now we've got no grip, so there's just nothing I can do. Oh, the car won't even slow down. I'm on the brake. Nothing I can do. No, sorry, this guy's got no wheels, so... It's perfectly fine rejoin. Nah, nothing you can do. It's such an easy car to drive, and this track is so obvious and flowing. It's really weird how people struggle so much with this. Like, it's so slow as well. It's all happening so slowly. Like, why does that guy just hot lap into this car?
That's it, go.
Ah, dear. Yeah, they're all guilty of playing iRacing. Oh, wow, it's a pretty funny crash. It's a pretty funny crash, it's alright. My goggles kept my head safe, that's all that matters. I'm starving, guys. I might have to put a pizza on. Oh, I've got a headache. Let's take an ibuprofen.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 22.496.
Oh, cold tyres, cold tyres.
You cut the cord, you've got to slow down and give up that time.
Can you not have some milk or something for the heartburn? Or some Gaviscon? What else can you have for heartburn? Ah, no. I mean, I'm running out of milk. Ugh. I do see some of Swolio's videos, yeah. He does a good job filming. He's such a promotional whore. The way that he promotes his stuff is hilarious. It's what you have to do, to be fair. He's doing a really good job, but he's he's like the ultimate self-hype man. He doesn't like do anything with the sense of like it's weird. It is weird. It's super weird, but he's all right. Good for he wants to do race driving. He's found a way to do it. Good for him. Motorsport's so weird, guys. It's such a strange thing. How so motorsport is basically business sport, and it's more about like you have to be. Swolio's a good driver, by the way, from what I can tell. But obviously he's like an esports driver as well, so he definitely is a good driver. And then, but really, motorsport is about business. And then creating like a narrative around being like some kind of hero or something. It's really weird. And it's just rich people driving around having fun driving. But then there's this whole narrative of like motorsport that exists through like mainstream culture that you then, if you want to monetize motorsport or make it viable, you have to like hype up this skill component of it and hype up the sport component of it, but motorsport itself is so much.
Oh, this is some great racing, boys.
Motorsport itself is so much about business as opposed to actual skill. Not that race, like as again, Swolo is a very talented driver, but lots of drivers are talented drivers. But the activity itself is fundamentally about wealth. It's not about the sport. So it's really funny that all the media around it has to compensate for that by not mentioning the business component of it expressly. Like, it all is kind of like a mentalist magic trick of playing into the cultural narrative of what of racing, rather than being honest about what racing actually is, which is just wealthy people burning money doing an activity they enjoy. But it has to be presented as if it's like an Olympic sport or something, in order to justify itself. Because the reality of motorsport is that it's an incredibly inefficient, mostly dull, and definitely categorically stupid activity that's very enjoyable for the small amount of people that can do it, but it is stupid. It's very, very stupid. Yeah, like so don't get me wrong, I think it'd be great fun to do driving and stuff, but the whole thing is a joke. Like, if your goal was to be like the competition side of it, which is what it's promoted as, you'd be like, okay, why not just do go-karting? Or if you're going to do stuff on a full-size track, why not have like a hyper-affordable race series? But it doesn't exist. And even then, it would still be limited by capital as to which race series you go into, which is going to be more or less competitive. Like, if the goal was competition, or you're a competitive person, you would be like, I'm going to do an actual activity that there is competition in. A different thing. It's really weird. It's but yeah. For Swolio though, he does a really good job of filming his content, and he's obviously a very talented driver. So I always think it's quite nice to see esports drivers or people that are very good at sim racing and are good at real driving being able to do it. So it's like really nice to see. Like Super GT, I think it's a good driver. James Baldwin, it's really nice to see them be able to do, because they're idiots. They actually genuinely really enjoy. Like, I think all race drivers will admit to you that they are stupid. But it's good. I'm happy for them, basically. I do think it's a terrible activity, and I think it's negative for humanity. But so are a lot of things, and so it's. I'm happy for them. Like, if you happen to really arbitrarily like something, being able to do it's obviously good. Yeah, well, that's not really a good argument, is it? That's not. Yeah, I agree with you. That's not really a good thing, is it? You'd hope that as things get better, things improve. So the fact that it's still the same is a negative. Yeah, that's real racing, Novotny. That's proper racing. I would feel myself, I guess it's a personality type thing, I would feel a bit of a tit myself if I was trying to make a narrative about me being a hero at motorsport. Even if I was like, right, I need to do that. I need to do that in order to, you know, it's a good narrative structure. I think it makes you it's a bit of a, you know, it's more of like an American way of doing things. Like, I always preferred films where the main, like, I have more of a British comedic view on stuff. So having it where it's a total failure, or like, do you know what I mean? Like the whole American film plot, zero to hero or hard work, focus. But it's boring, isn't it? It's just like, it's not funny. It's just sickly. It's like a pick a mix. I want to see someone work really hard at something, put loads of effort in, and then it's all for nothing, and it was a complete waste of time. That's what I want to see. That's just funny, like dark comedy. It's way more entertaining. That's more life. Isn't it weird though with like Formula 1 and stuff? Like, obviously, the drivers work really hard. They put a lot of effort into it and everything. You know, great, good for them. But at the end of the day, let's say you win a Formula 1 championship. Well done. Not to undermine, like, obviously it's great, like, to win something like that and to beat other people at a high level thing, and obviously F1 cars are physical to drive and everything. But isn't it weird that it's such like a hyped thing compared to someone like just doing basic stuff?
New fast flat for you.
Or even for a person as an individual to latch onto that arbitrarily compared to something else. It's very fundamentalist, actually. Most people would go, "Oh, fundamentalism's bad," but within the context of sport, it's kind of needed to be able to be the best at something. You have to be like the most extreme.
Great race earlier on, Juan. That was awesome.
You have to be the most extreme fundamentalist at the sport. So, but that's not healthy, is it? That's like a weird. That's because only one person can win. So it's kind of weird that it's lauded culturally.
Still there. Clear. The car in front has gone off.
Oh no, the car in front's bin winkled it. Bin bagged it. Would a culture be better if the focus was more on arts, music, arts, and being creative and stuff, than if it's on competition? Not that competition is inherently bad. I do think it can be a motivational thing. This is the Moser KS wheel. I'm not saying that sport's bad or competition is inherently bad. I think it can be quite fun. But if a society is if you had as much promotion, I guess we do have a lot of promotion around darts and stuff. So. Does it though, counter debate? Does it necessarily? Like, it depends on the type of competition. You could just say that people can be driven to make things better. That might not necessarily be through, like they're competing against nature,
Clear.
as opposed to competing against people.
Stay on the left. Still there. Stay on the left.
Bro, are you for real? Are you for real?
Clear on the right.
You can't leave the track and rejoin it into someone on the track.
Bring it back to the pits. We're going.
Let's save that. Yeah, if you leave the track, you can't rejoin the track into a car that's on position. So that's intentional wrecking. Just because you lost your temper because you, I don't know, it's a bit weird, isn't it? You need to work on that. It's iRacers, guys. There's so many of them. Not all of them, obviously. They can't do any form of driving. It's crazy. Really bizarre. Look how angry he got because he felt like he deserved the track. Let's go to it. So,
You said I lost my temper because I went off track?
someone rammed me at the end of the race. I don't know if that was you. Alright, here we go. Oh, it was you. You punted me after the race.
Yeah, because you fucking went off the track and then pushed me off the track. Last lap. I was there.
No.
Intentional wrecking, so you can't do that, Mike.
Yeah, watch the race. Watch the final corner. I've gone deep into the final corner, but I haven't actually left the track. I'm still on the track going into that corner. So I have a right to going into that final left-hander. You can't just hot lap into me. So, my car's there, so you've had to not drive into me once. That's fine. And then I'm over half a car in front of you. You've left the track, so it's as much your fault. I'm not doing anything crazy. And then you've left the track and you've rejoined into the side of me multiple times. I don't need to move to the left. You've repeatedly tried to drive into me. You need to just use your brake pedal.
You gotta calm down a little bit. Like, if you know he's out there, don't just entirely gatekeep the track. You should scooch over a little bit. Thank you, Steph.
No, incorrect. It's a race. It's the final corner. I'm on the track. I don't...
Any space at all. You just sat there out of anger.
No, I'm on the track, and I'm driving totally normally on the track. And so the car that leaves the track has to rejoin safely. They can't drive into the car on the road. I'm driving. I'm just driving. I've done nothing unpredictable.
No, mate, holy crap, mate. It makes total sense what you're saying, but if you know he's there, you really should just scoot over. That's in the common sense unwritten part of the sporting code. Like, you knew he was there, you should just scoot over. Like, Jesus, dude, you're getting so mad when it all...
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I'm just driving.
Obvious. It is entirely in the unwritten part. It's the most obvious thing. Like, if someone needs to come back, you could scooch.
No, because it's the final corner. It's a race. You're trying to... You
Leave him space, you push him out. But
they don't understand racing.
He can't ram you after the race.
And then you get bumped again, and then you get bumped again, and the whole time you think, yeah, right on this line is a great place to hold my car.
Yeah, it's exactly where you should put your car because you're in position, and the car on the outside, they need to rejoin the track safely. That's racing, and the point is, if I move over... No, you're saying irrelevant stuff. Don't need to listen to you.
Pace car is out of control.
I don't need to listen to you.
I'm going to T-bone him at 200 miles an hour.
No, it's not T-boning. Car is on the track. Car leaves the track. Car that leaves the track has to join the track safely. I can move over to the left. That's not racing.
Your own car. You can quote technicalities all you want, but you were just...
Yeah, but he was entitled to space. You can't just push him off the track.
I didn't push him off the track. Why can't I find the thing?
Take it to technicalities if you want, but technically I could T-bone that driver coming across the track at 200 miles an hour. I don't want to.
I know that's intentional wrecking if you've done that.
Mate, you intentionally wrecked yourself because you stayed in a spot where you knew you would get hit again. That's why you scoot over. I'm just stating.
No, that's not intentional wrecking yourself. That's holding the line, and then it's up to the other driver to punt you. He can do that. I know he's going to do that. Why can't I get to the
You were
view?
being dumb. Even if you weren't in the wrong.
He pushed him off the track.
I can't get the
can't force
bloody.
him off the track.
Why can't I
No,
get
but that's
the
not even something I care about too much. I'm just watching him get bumped 3 times and being like, why don't you go to the left? It just doesn't make any sense.
Why don't you go to the left? Because if you go to the left, the car on the right will rejoin and finish the race in front of you. So it's a race, and you use the track. Stop talking over me. You use the track. You use the track. You use the track. You use the track in order to win the race because that's racecraft. Yes. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. Stop talking over me. You can learn a lot from me. I'm telling you how to race here. Yes, if I move over, they will finish in front of me. Yes, I know they're going to crash into me if I don't move over, but it's a race. You're trying to win the race. I know what's going to happen. I know that they're going to drive into me. I don't care that they're going to drive into me. That's fine. They're allowed to do that. They then lost their temper and rammed me after the race. So I'm just explaining the rules. I know they're going to hit me. I'm not angry.
Yeah, the whole ramming part, that was bad, but you forced him off the track. You know that, right?
He hot lapped into us.
Never.
He drove himself. No. He drove himself off the track. Let me go to the replay, and you'll see.
Yeah, to avoid contact with you. You said in the corner beside.
I was already side by side in the corner. We were side by side through the corner, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, that means he was entitled to space, dummy.
Right, side by side.
Still irrelevant.
He's.
Totally irrelevant. Not what I wanted to hear. Irrelevant.
That's fine. It's not his court. It doesn't matter if you're off
he
the
was
line.
Entitled to space. It floors me.
It's fine. Like
Nice job up front.
He's driven into me.
Thank you. I had a killer battle with Juan for like 4.
He's hot lapped into me here. He's actually netcoded hit us there. He's driven into us there. So he's driven into me by hot lapping into the corner. Like, yeah, my car's understeering a bit here. He's already driven into me here. He's already rammed me once. That's already him ramming me, 100%. You can see his car bounce back because of netcode. So that's him. He's rammed me, then bounced off it, and now he's not got any track. He's not even side by side. He's not overlapping over half the car. He's a little bit side by side, and now he's turned into me again. He's turned into me again. I don't need to leave him. I don't need to like fully back out. He's then gone off the track here, and he's then driven into us again intentionally. So at worst, you can go, okay, you could say maybe you squeezed him too hard here. But it's totally textbook racing off this corner. He's driven into us. If this was like Formula One, well, first of all, if it was real driving, they would go, why is this car rammed to the car on the inside? They'd also go, why is there crazy netcode? But this isn't. I didn't really have a problem with this, to be honest. I didn't really mind this. I don't actually have a problem with this. This is just like contact racing. I didn't really mind this, but I knew he would do that. So I don't have I don't mind this, to be honest. It's just funny. So, but he's lost his temper, and then he's intentionally, after the race, he's intentionally rammed me. So, as I say, I've gone in deep here. That's fine, and you can argue he's hot lapped in here. I'm there. He would have hit us regardless here. Whatever line I'm taking, this guy's going full pelt into my car. I'm ahead of him in the corner as well. So, right. At the end of the day, he's already rammed us once there. okay, let's say I'm squeezing him here. He's not ahead of us, and he's not actually fully side by side regardless, but fine, I don't mind this. This is the thing that's problematic, is that instead of, at this point here, you cannot justify him then doing this fully intentionally. All this stuff here, you can class all of this as racing incident, basically. Like him driving into me, racing incident, me coming out of the corner and not leaving him a load of space. You can say, oh, well, I'm pushing him wide. If you want to be as negative as possible to my view on this, you could say, let's say I squeezed him wide here. Fine, okay, but it's obviously not intentional. It's not intentional wrecking or anything. It's very predictable. But okay, fine. And in my mind, that would be his driving to me. I'd just class that as racing incident. Like, it's very easy to do that. I don't care. That's fine. And there's netcode. That's all just racing. That's just racing, right? At this point here, he's turned into my car. I'm taking a normal, consistent radius, so that's one. But fine, that's racing. You know, I don't care. This point here is entirely him constantly driving into us. So that's an intentional hit. He knows I'm there. He's left the track. That's another intentional hit. That's another intentional hit. And then he's lost his temper and driven into us. So it's a final corner thing. I think all of this stuff is his initial move on is fine. I don't really mind that. Bit of netcode, whatever. Totally fine. This contact I think is also totally fine. Don't really care. I can see how he could be annoyed that I'm running him wide, whoever coming off the corner. Totally fine. He would have an argument. I'd have somewhat of an argument as well. But this is where it's problematic here. All this stuff is where it's an issue, and this is entirely on him. This car does not need to move over to the left here. There's no reason for them to, other than to not get punted by iRacers. And then obviously this at the end is entirely on him, so... Also, if you were looking at this, if this was real life, this would all be classed as a racing incident. This would be racing incident. This would be racing incident because they'd be like, well, why is this guy still doing it after driving into this car? Why are they still pushing? The only reason they're with them is because they drove into them. And then all this stuff would be classed as this guy would get a race license suspension for doing this. If you left the track and you kept driving repeatedly into a car on the track, you would be deemed an unsafe driver. And then obviously if you did this afterwards, that would be a suspension. You'd also probably break your legs. So it's mental that they defend that. Like, iRacers cannot understand any nuanced racing. It's bizarre. A lot of iRacers. Yeah, even if I'm being as pessimistic as possible on my car, he's never coming out in front of us. At no point in this corner is he ahead of our car. You can't. Yeah, that's what I thought. Jared Paul, exactly. It's funny, so it doesn't matter. That's the point. You can't take iRacing serious. At no point he's doing the hot lapping thing where he feels like it's his corner, because I went deep here. He then feels like, oh, it's my right to be in front because the car in front was slower through this part of the track. He wouldn't do this, probably wouldn't do this at another point in the race. Also, at no point here would he have ever finished in front of us, even if he was side by side here. Even if he's side by side there, I don't think he would have exited the corner faster than us. Let's see, it's hard to see. No, I don't know. No, I probably still would have finished in front of him. It looks like we're both exiting that at the same speed. Oh no, he would have probably lost some grip on the AstroTurf, so I think he still wouldn't have left in front. It's quite close. Yeah, it's funny. So that's all. That's the thing. It's good fun. I tell you what, I'll save the whole replay. Hang on, how do we do that? There's no... Right, the guys in the chat in the game were going, oh, you need to... you know they're going to drive into you, so you need to move over. And it's like... What logic is that? It's like, yeah, because you know that they're going to crash into you, but... You use the track, right? This is what's really strange with iRacers. Oh, why is that messed up? It's a really strange thing with iRacers, where they don't want to actually race. It's really, really weird. Like, yeah, obviously you're not gonna have an accident if you move over. But aren't you doing race? Like, if I was him on the outside and I went off the track, I wouldn't expect the car on the inside to pull over to let me back on the track on the final corner. Why would you? Don't make any sense. Why in that scenario should the car in front pull over, but not in other scenarios? Do you know what I mean? Like, why arbitrarily, when a car leaves the track, should you move over, but don't pull over at the start of the race to let the whole grid go past? Right? If you actually think about it, it's really bizarre how people justify stuff. Ah, dear. Yeah, well, I see. This is the thing. Oh, I do want some Popeyes chicken. I know what they're saying. The other guys are saying that they're just thinking from the perspective, oh, don't move over, so there's not going to be a crash. But they're wrong. So, because they even admitted it, they go, well, yeah, obviously in the rules, but you know, and it's like, well, it's the guy on the outside driving. If they drive into you, it's bizarre. It's so funny how you can only have one person talking at a time on the voice chat, so you keep pushing the microphone. So stupid. Oh dear, iRacing. Alright, let's do this Formula C, but I'm going to need to get a bloody setup. Oh, Sam Folk with a donation, thank you.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Maximum chicken from Popeyes. Thank you very much for the donation there. I really appreciate that. Yeah, where do you draw the line for their logic of, okay, there's the rules of the race, and where do you draw the line between, oh, I'm not going to race the person at all? Like, obviously, if you're both on track and you're trying to race, you're going to be following the rules of the race. If you're giving space for each other. If someone leaves the track, well, they're saying that if someone crashes, you should just stop and let them go back in front. Where do you draw the line? I'd also say if you drive into someone like 3 times as well, you'd be like, oh, you'd just give it up, wouldn't you? You'd be like, oh, I have to give it. Or you'd ram them. If I was him, I would ram me more before the finish line, which would be fine. Oh yeah, exactly. If it was, well, then it would be in the interest of the race, wouldn't it? Like if it's not the final corner, it would be in the interest of both yours and the other person for you to not have a contact, so you can finish the race. Because if you have the contact there and it's not the final straight, if you wreck your car, you're not going to finish the race. So again, you would move over in the race because you have nothing to gain from it. I had nothing to lose, everything to lose. If I move over, I would lose the position, so it doesn't make any sense. if I hold my line, he's just going to drive into me, and then he will lose the race. So there's nothing for me to gain moving over, right? Like, yeah, I thought it was entertaining. It's good fun. I think there's, well, the thing you could argue is you could say, oh, the car on the inside has pushed the car on the outside off the track. But I would say the mitigating circumstance to that is that he had driven into me. Before that, he had actually driven into my car. So I need a setup for this. I don't have a setup. We'll just use the iRacing one. Let's hope it's good. Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate the donation from Sam and the other guys. Thank you very much for supporting us, guys. Let's get a drink. Grill Dover Sole? Why Dover Sole? Oh yeah, make the edge of the track gravel, exactly. Yeah, that way, if they drive off the track, they ain't coming back on. And you wouldn't put your car in a situation where you're going to get driven off the track. I think there's a lot of people that are confused by the... So, people say, oh, you've always got to leave space or whatever, right? However, if a car is in front and leaving the corner faster than the car that's behind, then the expectation for the car behind would always be that the car in front is going to run them wide. It's only if the cars are both going through the corner at the same speed that I think that really applies. If that makes sense. If they exit at the same... But the Dr. Disrespect, so I don't know what's going on with that. I don't really care. It's none of my business. Cod and chips in the fridge. I'll put half a pizza on. Yeah, he didn't. I think he thought I was totally off the track and out of it. So if my car had actually left the track when I understeered, he would be right. I would have to. I wouldn't be able to contest it because I'd have had to have rejoined the track aggressively. But I was technically still on the track, so. I think Track IR is quite good for flight sim, but for some reason it makes me motion sick. It's not for sim racing though. It's good for Euro Truck Sim and it's good for flight sims. Tobii Eye Tracker is really good as well, actually.
Green flag, green flag.
They're a little bit smooth. They're good for flight sims. They're just not. They're not good for driving sims. I don't think. I know Red Eye Warrior uses it and it's good for him. I just find they disconnect me from the car. Yeah, VR, the tracking is like millimeter perfect, so it's one-to-one, so it works. The problem with Track IR and Tobii Eye Tracker with head tracking is it's not one-to-one, so your brain can't isolate your head movement from the camera movement. So with VR, if you turn your head right, as soon as the car responds in game, you can detect that separate movement from your head movement. But when head tracking is not doing that, you can't. If that makes sense. I've just put half a pizza in the oven. We're ready for some pizza. I just had a paracetamol and ibuprofen. I have a headache behind my left eye for some reason. Probably because I sleep's been mental. Oh well. Probably isn't it a migraine when you have a headache behind your eye? Or is it? It's probably a brain tumour. I do have Track IR. I actually have it. You can get used to it, yeah. But it's always going to be a bit dislocated. You don't need head tracking because you just push a button to look left and right, and then you've got a car spotter, car radar, and then you also you just know where people are with experience, so you don't need to be able to see them. And then in iRacing, you have to leave so much space. You can't really go by visuals because you have to leave more space than where they actually are. So You don't need it. Too late. Too late, you got a tumour.
5 laps of fuel left.
Oh, it's all good. Just book an appointment with your GP. I'm always getting random stuff checked out. Might as well. Better safe than sorry. It's more expensive if you're in America. A CT scan I think is £200. MRI I think is like 800 to 1,500, so it's not exactly cheap. But if you're, I'm talking about private or American healthcare costs. Normally, under American healthcare plans, I think you're allowed X amount of MRI or CAT scans every few years or whatever, and it's included. So, a lot of the health insurance policies are quite. And then there you go. No excuse, yeah. A lot of them are quite pro preemptive stuff because it's cheaper to deal with stuff that's finding it early. Beautiful. This is going to be a interesting wreckfest, isn't it? Well, you never know. It could be like a really small cat. It's just a scan of the cat. What does it stand for? Something tomography? I think. Well, for film viewing, like 112 inch is a really good size. 120 inch is really nice, that sort of size. For films. That's awesome. I'm using the 52-inch screen here. For games, you don't need it. For games like 42-inch, 35-inch closed on your rig is nice. Or like 42-inch ultra-wide is really nice. 35-inch ultra-wide is really nice. I don't feel like... whenever I use them, I'm not ever like, oh, I want bigger screens. If anything, the screens I'm using now, I feel they're too big. "75-inch curved monitor." Nice. Those of you that have joined the stream, do you like the new minimal layout? Does it feel more clear and spacious? Look how clean it all is. Chat in the top, all like nice and clear. It's nice and clean. I spent like 3 hours messing around with stuff, trying to make it as minimal as possible. Because I had felt weird yesterday, so I was like, oh, I played some Counter-Strike and then did some fiddling. I felt proper weird yesterday. I don't know what it was. I started taking vitamin D tablets recently, and I feel like my sense of smell has got better. Also, my sense of taste. So I don't know what that's about.
Green.
Probably placebo, but really weird.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
Well, I'm underground quite a lot, so.
Clear.
take 3 vitamin D. You don't really need to take 3 vitamin D. 10. I'm not a doctor, so ignore what I'm saying. 10 micrograms is the recommended dosage. Most of you can take up to 25 supposedly as an adult male without it being adversely bad for you. But too much vitamin D is actually pretty bad for you.
Right side. Still there. Clear.
Chronic understeer there. Yeah, you can get... Whoa, we almost rammed us. You can get heart issues, kidney stones. There's a whole bunch of... Too much vitamin D can be really bad for you. Well, I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that vitamin D helps you against COVID, to be honest. So what it is that people with health conditions tend to be vitamin D deficient, and elderly people, and so the fucking iRacers are so shit. I can't get to the pits. What?
What's weird?
Why would you do that? They're so bad at driving. They're so absurdly bad at driving. Like, what is he doing? Why is he just like... He's gone up the inside. He's doing an overtake, and so he's gone in hot here. Cars in front are knocking into each other, so I have to brake to... I'm reacting to the cars in front. So I dab my brake because it looks like the cars in front are going to wreck. He's just going for it. And he's understeering. He's coming off the set, like you can see him coming out of it. He's not even side by side into the corner. He's just gone up the inside, and he's totally misjudged it. Oh my god! iRacers are so bad at driving. Combine it with the netcode is ridiculous. Just driven over my tyre. That is true. That is true, Jared. He's not realised that the reason why my car is going slightly slower is because I am reacting to the fact that the cars in front are driving into each other. And then, but he's not then. Pat, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Oh, he took that guy out as well. This guy's breakdancing. Oh, dear. How do people take this sim seriously? I mean, it's funny, but it's just ridiculous. At this point in the race as well, there's no need for this. There's no need for it at this point in the race. There's a long draft section. Yeah, car's wrecked. What is wrong with people that play this game and can't just start? They have zero racecraft, zero awareness of where their car is. And we could do a Formula Ford race at We do a Brands Hatch race. Let's do that. I think maybe part of it is like the netcode though. If the game had like slightly more forgiving netcode, it wouldn't be too bad. Like I don't know if you watched the Formula 1, the cars were driving into each other quite a lot, and it wasn't the end of the world. Oh, what, the real world F3 race? Okay, I have seen some mental. You do get mental driving in real life, to be fair. iRacing, guys. There's nothing else with people on at this time. Maybe LMU has people in it. We'll have to have a look. Yeah, you should. BTCC earlier today. Or yesterday, the Porsche Carrera Cup was like, there's some drivers did like the dumbest moves. Also in the Radical Racing, it's easier to say, like, I mean, I don't know, I'm not driving real cars, I could see how you get distracted. In a real car, you've got like physicality, lights different, all this other stuff, so, you know, it's easy to judge. But, yeah, it's pretty funny, some of the stuff. I'm really surprised that there's no Radical SR1 in any sim, though, at all. Let me just get my pizza, guys. I hope everyone's having a nice morning, though. Hope everyone's good. How many of you have woken up and how many of you is late night in it? Real motorsport chaos is not helping. I know. People are bad in everything, real life and Sims. Chris Taft. Hello. I'm expecting a new modem today. You woke up 6 PM on Sunday? Oh no. Gonna be a long day. Bad advice on Reddit. You're just training ChatGTP. All those pointless Reddit comments have helped train large language models, so it's all worth it. I've spent years typing rubbish and talking rubbish on the internet just to break large language models. That's what this whole channel's been about. 10 years I've dedicated myself to spewing rubbish on the internet just to troll large language models. What was the comment? I commented recently about someone was posting about steering torque for vintage cars, and I was like, oh, it's probably this amount, but I don't know. For some reason, that got loads of upvotes, even though I literally said in a comment I don't know what I'm talking about. Someone asked for YouTube advice. Reddit's weird. Oh, that one. Oh yeah, explaining the fact that it's great that he's doing the driving, but it's also understandable why people are like, well, why do we care? But it's also yeah. Yeah. You're just farming. Oh, thanks for backing us up. It is weird how people perceive real motorsport, though. But they really don't understand how it operates. I mean, I don't understand how it operates. I've had people that do motorsport whinge at me for 20 years of them going, oh, this is too expensive, I can't do this doesn't make sense, oh, this is stupid. I'm just like, oh, why even be bothered? Like, this is what I was saying earlier, you really don't want to like driving. It's a terrible thing to really, because there's people I know like 3 or 4 people whose whole existence is that they need to be race driving, they need to be in a car, that is it, that's like, they don't get enjoyment out of other things, and it's terrible because it's not affordable. So they buy race cars, or they do like whatever race series they can afford, but then, you know, they're always on the edge of not being able to afford it, so they can't even enjoy it properly. It's like, actually, boating's not too bad because you can buy like a kayak or a canal boat or something quite cheap. Even a sailboat, if you can buy a sailboat for like like £10,000, and if you learn the skills for maintaining it, you can actually do it quite affordably. If you live on the boat and you are passionately into sailboating, you can actually do it really affordably. But if you get into boating, but you only want to do it as like I go on a boat on holiday, you know, it's going to cost you, like, ownership is mental. And you know, if you don't know how to do all the work on it, there's a lot of labour involved, so it costs a fortune. But yeah, I think motorsport's actually one of the worst, because like horse riding is expensive. You don't need to own a horse, and you can pay and just do it. It's not actually that expensive to just access, unless you're doing it competitively. Boating, you can, as I say, you could get a sailboat and do it all yourself, or you could just get like a kayak or something, or a canal boat, or, you know, there are actually there are less expensive solutions. I woke up early, Simon. Living on a boat makes it a lot more affordable. Have you got a boat, G-Hammer? Oh, that's cool. I'm not really into boating myself. I could see doing getting a skipper's license and doing sailing with a rental boat around Mediterranean. I like kayaking though. I like the feeling of being on water, which you get really good with a kayak. You it's pretty as direct as you can get, really. Yeah, there's I live near like some marinas. Well, I say near. I live within like 20 miles of some marinas, and the price is mental. There's a lot of people with canal boats near me though, which are really affordable. I don't know how big 37-foot boat is, you know. Yeah, the thing is, you know, with like marinas, it's gonna be such a. Like, I get it, like people that have motorboats and stuff, and they enjoy at the weekend. They get the motorboat and they go to, especially if you live in Devon. There's a whole bunch of really nice rivers you could go up, and I could totally see how you could you get your boat. You sail up the river, you park up somewhere. I get that. I think that's awesome. You know, you could be in the open. You've got like food and stuff, and you can sleep on the boat, and you can spend the weekend on a river. You know, I get that. It's not too bad actually as a thing to access. Like value for money if you don't. But the thing is if you're in like a really big marina, it'd be such a pain in the arse, like, and then you've got to keep the boat serviced and everything. You'd probably be like, well, what's the cost benefit between owning the boat? If you take it out every weekend, sure, but if you're wanting to only do it in the summer months in the UK, you're better off just renting something, which would be expensive, but still. And there's as I say, there's really good stuff that you can do in Europe. If you've got a skipper's license and you've got like 5 mates, you can rent a sailboat for like less than $2,000, which split between 5 people for like a week or two is really good value to then go like all around Croatia and everything. That's actually really good. Racing boats at the weekend. The a girl that liked me when I lived in France, she was like a junior sailboat champion. Should have stayed with her. She must have been well rich. I think her parents did Vendée Globe or something. Should have been well rich. Damn it. What a fail, guys. I could have had a really hot French girlfriend. Oh no. This was when I was like 12. Why did I not get with like really rich girls? I knew a couple. I didn't think, guys. I didn't think. I should have worked out. I could have like married into like wealth. So bad at this. Genuinely, 3 chances I had. For some reason, I always used to get along with like really rich people. 3 chances. 3 chances. Wow. Should have thrown you overboard, probably. I think you can get a skipper's license. You can do in like a few days. Most of it's just understand. I think it's mostly, you know, it's not a hard thing to get. It's not like flying or anything. It's just knowing all the buoys and the weather and tides and I don't know. Maybe it's. Typical counter debate. Absolute. What a cheat. I'll stick with being a poor person. It's fine. Poor, well, middle class. I don't mind. This car sounds like the vintage Mini. Did it have a loft conversion? Bought you a house as a wedding gift. Well, here you go. How do you feel? You must feel guilty, societally guilty. I hope you do. I hope you feel terrible. Join the Teapot, guys. Teapot Discord in the chat. So I've got to find this German wife. Has to be rich as well. To be honest, I prefer with a partner for them to be not rich, but like financially secure themselves, so that you don't. I don't like the scenario where you're in a relationship and your partner would be like dependent on you or you're dependent on them, because I think it creates an unequitable scenario. Do you know what I mean? It's nice if both people are independent, financially secure independently.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Oh no, Frank, I like people that relentlessly mock me. I like strong women as well. Like, they need to be able to do the Russian shot put. I don't like girly girls. I like people that are, competent people. Do you think I can cope with, like, I'm terrible at everything. I need I need women that are like better put together than me. It's not hard, obviously, but men are pathetic, Jared, often. Like, the women I like are more masculine than a lot of men I know. In that sense, in the traditional sense of like emotional strength and like resilience and stuff. Men are pathetic. That's the big irony. Like, often men are like proper pathetic. I mean, I know I am, so like, people, I've lived with nurses and stuff. I would honestly not be able to I couldn't do what they do. Like, I wouldn't be able. I just couldn't cope with it. I'm not mentally strong enough to deal with sick children. Forget that. I could not happening, I'm afraid. And then just go to work every day. Oh yeah, child died on my ward. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Can you imagine? Oh, what happened this week? Yeah, we had a patient, we thought they were getting better, but they died. Oh, how old were they? Oh, you know, like 25. Oh, okay. Yeah, we had someone today come in, they were car accident, all the bones were shattered and they were screaming in agony. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not for, I couldn't cope. I not happening. Not happening. I mean, I don't know, maybe I would, but I wouldn't want to put myself in that situation. I'm pretty sure I'd just have a mental breakdown every day. Although, weirdly, I met up with a nurse. I went on a date with a nurse. And she was like really, she seemed detached. So maybe that's what you need to do. maybe you develop like a mental shield of detachedness. But she was mental. She's a nurse though. It's fair play to her.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Yeah, you can't win. That's what's really funny. I don't think people realise, right? So, in my experience, there's a small group of men that are really toxic, masculine idiots, like just terrible people. That's a small group of men. The vast majority of men are like any other person, where they're just trying to like get through life, and you know they're caring for people, they make mistakes or whatever. You know, they're just trying to get through life. And then so you have all these things where people, they're like, don't approach women or whatever. It's like the thing is, it's like, yeah, there's context. Like, so if a woman is on a train by herself or something, or like, you know, obviously there's appropriate areas. There's people don't want to be harassed, obviously, so just be nice to people. But the problem is, I know, having gone through knowing lots of nerdy friends as well, and going through like a university with nerdy people, they are like massively insecure, really bad social skills, and they need for them to approach one person. It's not like they go around harassing loads of women. It's like they need to actually just talk to people in general. And so all this stuff of like, oh, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, is even worse for these poor guys that are like, they need to actually talk to people in the right context, but they need to actually approach, you know, they need to develop those skills. It's like, the problem is the guys that are like harassing women and idiots are not the guys that are going to respond to the adverts and stuff that say basic advice of like, be nice to people. They're not going to respond to that. So I feel like men that are like depressed or like insecure or like whatever, like a lot of women are depressed and insecure as well, but I feel like those men are the ones that are getting like constantly barraged with like it's like the whole thing where I feel like if I'm near children, I feel like I'm a pedo by default. Purely because apparently a man with children is like, you're a pedo. Like, if I go past a children's playground, I like go out of my way to be on the other side of the road and not be near it, because you know for sure that people will be like, oh, it must be a pedo because it's a man around children. When I'm looking after friends' children and you're on your own with them, you know that there's people that are looking at you thinking, oh, that must, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think people realise that. And granted, obviously, for women, a lot of women feel like at risk and stuff, and they can't walk down certain paths because it's dark, and there's huge issues for women being assaulted or being harassed. So I'm not undermining that at all. That's a really important, massive issue. But I think at the same time, maybe not equally, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff that's just taken for granted with men. Exactly, Frank. Yeah, exactly. A lot of guys take for granted a lot of the bollocks that they're not aware of the shit that women put up with. So you have to go out your way to. The man with the goggles on.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Pure race car.
There's an incident behind. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Yeah, the mental stuff that teachers have to put up with. But even in both, regardless of male or female, I think it's terrible.
Hold that draft, boy.
Oh yeah, no. Like if you ever play games with a girlfriend or a partner or female friend, the amount of weird shit comments they get It's always, oh my goodness, it's always like a group of like idiot men.
Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Sorry, I understood a bit there. It's always like a group of idiot men ruining it for all the good people. It's a small minority of people that ruin it for everyone else. That's the problem. But weirdly, so this is what's strange. In UK, so I'm just quite friendly. Like, I talk to like men, women, elderly people, whatever, younger people, whatever. Just because I'm friendly, and in the UK, I feel like there's an assumption that men are inherently bad. Like, I feel there's like a sort of assumed negativity, and then people immediately lighten up when they realise you're just a normal person and you're helping them or whatever. They, you know, they're actually shocked that you're helping them. But then when I'm in Europe, women and stuff will just come up to me. So, and there's not like an assumption. Like, if I asked a woman, a younger woman, like say a 20-year-old woman, for directions or something, or was just casually said a comment, they're really like receptive and super friendly. You know, they don't have that kind of initial "oh my god, this guy's going to murder me" reaction. They're like, it doesn't feel like there's this underlying social pressure that's really weird. But that in the UK, that really feels like a weird, like there's a sort of inherent stigma. I don't know what that is. And also, when I help people in Europe, like let's say I see someone struggling with the bags or something or whatever, they're just like, "oh, thank you," whatever. Like, they don't make a thing out of it. Whereas if I'm in London and
Matt, you're blinking a lot there, bud.
There's like let's say someone's at Victoria train station or something, and they've got a huge bag and they're trying to get on the tube, and you help them with their bag down the stairs, they act as if you've like just cured cancer or something. It's really weird. It's like, no, I am literally moving your bag not to help you. I'm doing it to help me and the 50 other people that you're blocking, you idiot. It's not because I like you. I'm just doing it because it's easier for everyone. It's not out of kindness. Like when someone's stuck on a turnstile on the tube or something, it's not because I want to help you. I'm helping myself, mate. when you're in the airport and you like people like going through the scanners and stuff, and you're like, "oh, here's your tray," or "let me help you get this." I'm not doing it because I want to help you. I am making it better for everyone. If anything, it's actually me insulting you. Oh dear. Yeah, but weirdly, so from my experience, not totally limited, but probably less, you know, I don't live in Germany and France and stuff, but from my experience, they are just more gender neutral. They don't make like such a big thing out of stuff. They're less like, they're just more down to earth.
Back in third. Keep hustling. Right side. Clear.
I don't know, maybe I'm just misreading them totally wrong. Maybe they're not, it's the opposite. I just don't notice. That'd be funny. What a defence there. Oh, Brands Hatch providing the racing here, guys. Brands Hatch Bonanza. Ungrateful gentleman, exactly. That's how it should be. Yeah, it's super weird, as I say, when I'm in Europe and like 20-year-old girls just come up to you and try and start a conversation with you. And I'm just like, what is going on? This does not happen. I've had women come up to me and ask for my number on trains. That doesn't happen in the UK, guys. For sure. That didn't even happen when I was a teenager in the UK. So I don't know what that's about.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 32.74.
Damn sure they're not after the passport. Nobody wants a British passport anymore. It's worthless. Maybe European girls just love accents. I don't know. Maybe this is what it's like for French guys in England or German guys in England. Actually, when I was with Mitchy Hoyer in a pub with Mitchy Hoyer in the UK, this girl was like trying to chat him up straight away. Within 5 minutes, she would have slept with him 100%. 100%. She was swooning over him within 5 minutes of talking, and then when we left, she was staring at him. It was hilarious. Instant pull. So funny.
God, this is such an excellent combo.
Well, he's having a fun time. It's not going to be an excellent combo when I drive into him.
Clear. Car on your left. Still there. Clear on the left.
Not really anywhere to overtake easily on this track though with this car. Need a bit more grip in the braking zone, I think. 1-2 punch combo. P1 and 2 have gone. I know P1's gone. P2's in front of me. Didn't realise it's in P3. P3! Hello, Thomas! Thomas Schmidt! How's it going?
Matt behind you is blinking every once in a while.
Oh, do you have to go to work? Are you defusing the dog?
Car on your left. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 32.648. Keep to the right. Just set the fastest lap of the session. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still
Contact to do!
Clear.
Oh, is he going to wreck us, do you think? I was a bit late to move over then.
We're in a great spot with some hardware.
You'll pay you to say, just waiting for a mate if you crash. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Pil Pilaf. Thomas, what do you think of the layout? Of course it is. Beautiful. He's mowing the lawn every... Robert's like... Yeah. Nice and tidy. It's like we have the messages under the video, like saying "Buy Fanatec, use our link." You can see on the, and it fades on. I don't know if people notice it though. To use my affiliate links. Capitalist muscle. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe it's Maybelline. Not really sure. Was this fixed setup? Was this fixed setup? Was it open? Is this open setup? Please don't go for the pass here. Okay. He could have sent it there, and I'd have been screwed. Oh, this shirt was one I was wearing yesterday. I haven't had a shower yet. Ah, this is open. Disasteroo. No wonder we're struggling. I need a setup.
Just set your fastest lap of the session.
There's not that much to do with this car, is there? We need lower downforce. We need to take the roll bar off. Safety's gone too far, guys. Who needs a roll bar? Use your head as a roll bar. We're wearing a helmet. It's good enough. You know, if you've got a roll bar, why bother with a helmet? Safety's gone mad. We've gone too far. Well, I normally shower like... I do normally shower every day. I'm going to shower after this stream. But sometimes I shower like twice a day. I really don't like being sweaty.
That was your fastest lap of the session. Right side, keep to the left.
Probably could have defended that a bit better.
Stay on the left, clear on the
Fair
right.
play to him. It's a good overtake. Oh no, I should have just fed him behind. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to block. I lost the rear end for a second.
That's a good overtake. Because the mirrors have shown a reflection of my soul. They reflect your the amount of passion you're feeling whilst playing iRacing.
The car in P1, just set the fastest lap.
Ah, podcast background. Is that what I am to you? Background noise. I am just background noise. It's alright, this has all gone to plan, guys. We're going to get second place. 3 minutes left. Easy. Double draft, second place. Merry Christmas. It's all calculated. Game of Muscle, Goggle Masterclass, inbound. Oh, don't worry. I'll crash into these guys. I'll blame it on you. Oh no, old live streams. I don't give you permission to watch old live streams. You need to license it. Imagine watching me in the past me. It's weird. Here we go.
Just set your fastest lap of the session. Car stop on the right. Car stop on the right. You got a slow car on the left. Left side, go right. You have about 5 laps of fuel left. Clear. The next car's the leader. Clear on the left. Left side. Still there.
Holy rejoin, guys.
It's all fine. It's all under control.
Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
This is fine. This is fine. Getting fruit past all day.
Left side. Clear. Car on your left. White flag this time. Still there, hold your line. Stay on the right. Stay on the right. Okay, you're in second. The next car's the leader. Clear on the left. The leader just did a 36.121. Car on your left. Stay on the right. There's an incident behind. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left.
Nice race in this. Oh dear. It's not over yet. It's good driving.
Car on your left. Clear.
Car, white lightning. White lightning.
Car right. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
White lightning.
Excellent racing, guys. That was a ton of fun.
Yeah, good driving, guys. Good fun.
You won. Dinner's on me.
I won! I didn't even realise I won. Oh, good driving. That was fun. I thought I was in second. I didn't realise I won. Donington.
Yeah, Pickle got taken out by a lap car with 2 to go. That was that whole rejoin thing.
That was good fun. Good job. I paid them off. Nice. Calculated. Well, good driving, Rod. It's good fun. Impossible.
Good race, good race.
Proper holding the light. Look at this rejoin by those other cars. Oh dear, so stupid. The defending I was doing. Right, here we go. Brands Hatch, first race in this car, instant win. Committed here. Filthy blocking. This was elite defensive driving. Proper put my car on the inside of every corner. Bonk. I mean, nothing wrong there. Yeah, I thought I was going to get wrecked. What? Look at these, holding the inside. What? Yeah, the thing is, if people don't just drive into you, you can actually. Do you know what I mean? So it's a hard call between how much of it is iRacing's netcode, how much of it is iRacers being terrible at driving. It's really hard to know how much to blame. I mean, this track's like a pretty flowing track. Right, let's look at this. So I'm on the inside, and I know he's going to want to double across. So I broke so that I didn't understeer. So I'm slow through the corner. So I'm still on the inside, so he can't get. Okay, that was me punting him. That was on me. That was on me. I didn't slow down enough. That was. Rod on the final corner. So I drove into you. It was my fault. I know he was understeering though as well, and he has run out of track. So but yeah, I did. I should have. I did close the inside. Like I needed to brake more, so I didn't understeer as much. So it would have been even slower. Because he has got his car in here, and then I'm still turning to the left. So that's on me. Good catch by him. I pit laned him. But I think he was also understeering here a bit. You watch it from my view. Yeah, his car's coming off the corner quite a bit as well. So, it's just a pretty standard contact. Is this from that kids' TV show thing with the bear? Oh, that's good fun, good race. Brands Hatch. Good Brands Hatch Formula Ford race. There we go. That was Robert, basically. He could have wrecked us so easily, but he was extra careful. How come there's hardly anyone registered to this? I need more tea, guys. Is it dying? Super Formulas at Barcelona. I imagine Barcelona is terrible in iRacing. Oh, it's 50 minutes for the next Skippy. Oh, F1 was terrible. F1 was awful. Did you watch it? Did you guys watch it yesterday? It was so dull that the commentators were talking about the next race. They're like, oh, it's going to be a great summer race. Oh, it was so bad. It was just crap. Russell did a really good move at the start, got ahead, but because of DRS, there's no point. So, obviously, Verstappen can just pass him. Like, there's nothing he can do. But some people are like, oh, why did he move off the line? You know, why didn't he defend it or whatever? And it's like, it doesn't matter. He's got DRS. His car's faster. There's nothing Russell could do that wouldn't be worse off, just ruin the tyres or whatever. There's no point. All right, G Hammer, thanks for watching. Have a good one. Look at those clouds over there. Oh, LMP3's at Watkins Glen in 4 minutes, 20-minute rate. Oh, here we go, fixed. Right, this will go well. Hang on, where's LMP2 at? Algarve, oh, I'd have that. Here we go, this will be good. Just waiting for a mate. Okay, where's this? You post it in the teapot. Or the tea room. Okay. Where is it? Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen it. Just wait for a mate. I've seen it. It's so stupid. Oh, it's night time. I'm not doing it. I'm not driving at night. Abandoned. Withdraw. Mayday. Why would he want to drive at night? Oh. Oh, here we go. MX5 at Bathurst. This couldn't go wrong. Alright, Capsule, thanks. Sky did a comparison between VIR and NOR with ghost cars. What's Ver and Nor? What's that? Oh, Verstappen and Norris. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what. Yeah. It's almost as if that's the fastest way, will be the fastest way to drive. Look at this. Do any of you have 3 Stream Decks? I should be like the ultimate Stream Deck sponsor with 3 of them on my rig. 3 Stream Decks. Look, we've got this one that controls cameras. We got this one that's for the gaming PC and some other stuff. Got AC settings, but I'm not using hardly any of the buttons. And then we've got the huge one for the streaming PC. I think you should just plant. You should just put Stream Decks all over your sim rig, basically. This is the fish button. That's where I. This is where all my money goes. All the donations, all the memberships goes into Stream Decks. I don't know. They're about £50 to £150 or something. They're really handy though. They're just button boxes with an LCD screen. Do you remember that keyboard years ago where every single key was a screen? What was it called? Here we go. The Optimus Maximus keyboard. I remember when this came out thinking it looked amazing. Right. £1,541. The Optimus Maximus is a keyboard with small OLED displays for its key. Each key in this keyboard is a display. I could see how for I could see how for a lot of business this could actually end up being quite good. Oh, there's another one. Oxeye Instruments 1 OLED keyboard. Oh, this looks cool. That's more for music though. Oh, Corsair do one. I know. Is it just? No, they don't. Overview of this keyboard. Yeah, it launched in 2007. I'm surprised that no one else has come up with a way of doing this. Oh, here's a review of it. Like, I could see if you did this with cherry keys. Yeah, I could see someone could do Oh well, I want to get one. Let's go. Morning crew. I don't have a setup here. Does it? Does anybody have a setup for this car? I need a setup. Hello, Tyler Riddler. Tyler Riddler. Hello. How's it going, man? I'm alright, yeah. I could do with a biscuit. I haven't got any. I've been causing a raucous on iRacing. It's been well good. We've been upsetting iRacers. That's what we live for. I don't know if it has been Americans. Maybe it was. Crunch. Do you lose the lap time if you get a 0x?
Green, green, green.
How does a force feedback joystick feel like?
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Imagine like a steering wheel, force feedback wheel, but imagine it's a joystick. It pushes left, right, up and down. And so when you're flying, if you pull back, it depends on the sim, but like as you go faster, it'll have more resistance. If it's got G loading on it, when you pull back, you can feel the load of G forces on it, which is quite nice. Stuff like, I don't know if you fly in real life, or if you've ever done, if you understand how planes work with like trimming, but like normally with like a light aircraft, you've got the back of the aircraft for like the trim, like a plane. You basically set the trim so the plane flies in a straight line, so you don't need to be holding on to the controls, and the plane will just fly straight, right? With a real aircraft, the yoke or the joystick will kind of sort of self-center to a degree, or like if it's not trimmed, you'll have to keep pulling on the joystick. But when an aircraft is trimmed, you don't need to pull on the joystick. So with force feedback, you can feel the force feedback pulling on you. You know that the aircraft's not in trim, so you can adjust the trim, and then you don't have any force feedback, and the plane's flying totally straight. So that's quite a nice thing you can do with force feedback joysticks. You can have like it vibrating and stuff for when the plane's stalling, or even a warning before it stalls, which is what you have in large passenger jets. It's called a stick shaker. When a big passenger jet is overspeeding or underspeeding, that's what that clicking noise is. If you've ever played a flight sim and it goes, that's like that'd be triggering the stick shaker as well. Well, the thing is, you can still use your Verpil stick, but on the base. It's really good. Yeah, helicopters, the joystick basically centers with the resistance, so that can be done really well with force feedback joysticks. basically the aircraft sort of, like, you know how a car in a driving sim, the car basically corrects itself to what it wants to do. Like the back of the car will correct the steering, and the you're pushing against it, so that helps you be more precise. You can feel how much force you're putting into the car. It's just the same as that, but in 2 directions instead of just one. So you could use a joystick just left and right and play a driving sim with it. To be honest, that would work. Probably like $499 to £800 if I had to guess. So the force feedback joystick I have cost €1,300, which is like £1,000. So it's similar sort of design to my force feedback joystick. So yeah, I'd imagine it'll be about £500 minimum, which they could easily sell it for. So. There's other companies making force feedback joysticks as well, though, so there's not just one. Moser are doing one, but there's a company that's might be doing a cheaper one, so we'll have to see. Bloody hell. Cars going everywhere. There's also there's a company making a force feedback flight yoke as well. There's 2. Yeah, the Moser one looks like it'll be more on the premium side. I'd imagine for under $1,000. I think they'll do it for like $499 for just the base, or even $499 for the base, and maybe like $699, $799 with a joystick and something. Supposedly available next month. Well, see how this goes.
1 lap to green. Line up on the left side. The estimated SOF is 1,508. Pit road is closed right now. We expect to be fighting for the podium.
I don't. Yeah, I think it'd be good. The bigger thing isn't really about the joystick. It's more about the software support with the simulators. And if the flight sims know that there's a lot of premium people that want to buy that stuff and that's available, then I think that will, I think it'll improve the software support. Yeah, I'm really hoping for Flight Sim 24 to have much better career mode. Have you seen the terrain stuff? The auto-gen terrain and the new airports and everything looks really good. This is Bathurst.
Catch 1 car. Catch 33 car. Catch 1 car. About to go green. Stay focused. Catch
What's going on here?
Catch 21 car. Catch 33 car.
Whoever that Mazda was that went around the entire pack, you just made my day.
Green, green, green.
Nobody went. Not sure what's going on here.
Slow car ahead. Slow car ahead. Go right. There's an incident ahead. Left side. Go left. You're on the next car's the leader.
I mean, iRacing, guys, is so shockingly bad. He's upside down. The drivers are so bad in this. What are they doing? Like, how are they crashing in a straight line? And then, oh, what is going on? The physics are so bad as well, like with this. What is that? Is that because my car's damaged, or is it the stupid cold tyres? Oh dear. What a broken sim. They need to, like, iRacing really need to sort this out. Oh, great race start. There we go.
The leader's pitting now.
Bloody hell, guys. Why is there no moderation? Let's go slow, slow. Skid marks all the way up the hill on the left here. I don't know what that's about. We've had like 5 races today. The last one was good, but 4 of them have been ruined by really stupid driving from people or netcode. That's how it goes in iRacing. I don't like. It's a fun game, but I don't know how people take it seriously. Oh my god, these tyres! Oh, this is stupid. Why? Why? It's so ridiculously not.
All the damage is repairable.
Like, this is insane. It's mental. It's stuck because the tyres are cold. It's oh, it's so bad. It's just insane. Absolutely mental physics on this. What is it? It's not. We don't have damage. It's just the cold tyres. Absolutely insane. Oh, they really need to sort out the physics. That was good fun. Oh, we'll do a Formula race. What's the next one? Formula C. There's invisible walls on the middle of the track. I know. I've never understood why iRacing don't feel embarrassed by the quality of the online racing, given that that's the point of the service. Like, it's a premium service, so. Do I think there's a possibility that Microsoft Flight Sim 24 won't support FFP? Well, it already works with telemetry force feedback. So, it should work. It won't use the same, like, NVIDIA drivers stuff. I need a biscuit. Don't know what we can do here. Yeah, I saw that guy using DCS, but I don't know what. I'm not quite sure. It didn't look like it was working properly with DCS. So I'm not sure what was going on with that. I don't think they've got all the drivers in place yet, and the drivers are quite a complicated thing to get. Like drivers for driving sims bad or difficult. It's even harder with flight sims. Let's do a Formula C and get wrecked in that as well. Well, so you know, driving sims have like Microsoft Direct input, which comes with a force feedback. Some flight sims don't have that anymore. Like all driving sims have that. Some flight sims, they just output telemetry. So it's like the AccuForce wheel. You can generate force feedback from that. But it doesn't work perfectly. He's probably just talking about the resistance of the joystick getting stiffer as you go faster. That's probably what he meant. Which that's just a telemetry aspect. I mean, in a real aircraft, you can't, even through the controls, you can't feel the wind over the wings. Now, that would be just like a G-force effect, or the if the ailerons apply force to the force feedback, then you can feel the pressure on them. So that's good. It's good fun. Yeah, basically it's the same as a driving sim in that as the air pressure reduces on the control surfaces, they get lighter. So it's like with a tyre in a driving sim, as you slip, the steering gets looser because there's less resistance on the tyre because there's less grip. So it's the same as like with an aileron, as the wind's pushing on the control surface, as that gets lighter, the controls get lighter. So when you're about to stall in a light aircraft, if you're holding a yoke, for example, the yoke gets really mushy at the point where the aircraft's about to stall. You just lose like because it's just not got the air pressure pushing the yoke back. It's not a particularly hard thing to do with force feedback. Tyler Riddle, yeah, so even if a game, so with my force feedback joystick, Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't have proper force feedback. DCS does have direct input force feedback because DCS came out when force feedback joysticks were still a thing. But you can use telemetry to do certain forms of force feedback, but not as detailed as you'd necessarily want. But yeah, the main things that you want is a simulator to do force feedback based off the air pressure on the control surfaces, and you also want the simulator to do G-force force feedback. So it's like a seat of the pants effect, which X-Plane has. So when you pull back on the joystick, if the aircraft is under a lot of G's, then the joystick gets stiffer the more G's that in the direction. So let's say you're pulling backwards, then the more G's, the harder the joystick resists the force. If that makes sense. And that way you can feel how much force you're putting on the airframe. But that combined with control surfaces is really good. But a lot of sims don't do that. So because people don't really agree on how to do it. I've not played space games with a joystick, no. But you could use a force feedback joystick quite interestingly with them. Woo! Ready to eat something, guys. Flagging. Drill more holes in the Wheelstand Pro. Get a T-slot sim rig. Put your joystick on the side. Happy days. Not at the moment, Tyler. No, I don't think so. Or not with my joystick, at least. Let me Google it. No, I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. People are making mods and stuff for it, but it doesn't out of the box. No, because you'll still get force feedback, but it'll use telemetry to generate the force feedback. Woo! I don't have any biscuits or anything. So you can generate force feedback, like you can have force feedback from the game directly, i.e. Microsoft programmed the force feedback. So like the force feedback that you have in iRacing or AC or whatever, that's programmed by the game. Or you can generate force feedback like how you can with IRFFB or the AccuForce wheel, which uses telemetry to generate force feedback. So Microsoft doesn't have force feedback built into the game, but force feedback joystick manufacturers can take information from the game and then generate their own force feedback, even though the game doesn't have built-in force feedback. Some games have built-in force feedback and you can use telemetry to generate your own. Some games don't have built-in force feedback, so you can only use telemetry. Clicks. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome to us on YouTube. Appreciate the sub. What was the first force feedback wheelbase? I mean, Microsoft Sidewinder was pretty early. Sega Rally, the HAP force feedback for Sega Rally might have been one of the early ones. Might have been Sega Rally. The HAP arcade steering wheel. It's like a chain. Literally used a bicycle chain. That might be the first force feedback wheel. Let's have a look. I think Sega Rally came out before Daytona. Outrun. Don't know if it had. It had vibration. Let's have a look here. I'm not sure if it actually had force feedback or if it just vibrated. Hard driving. Yeah, I don't know what sort of degree of haptics or if it was actual forces. Sega Rally has force feedback, yeah. Say it uses a hap. Here you go, look. Here's a picture. This is just a belt-driven motor. Like a washing machine motor. Hang on, there's a Sega Rally 3 arcade game. Was it the same as the Dreamcast one? Oh yeah, I remember this. These look awesome. Look at this. £7,000. That looks well good. such a beast of an arcade cabinet. I bet it was like £1.50 a go as well. Is a video of Sega Rally.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Goofy Max. Welcome. Pretty sure Sega Rally 3 came out on the Dreamcast. It looks quite good. Yeah, but the problem is people mix up haptics and force feedback, so it might have had like rumble, but not actual self-correcting forces and stuff. If I saw the if it's attached to a motor, like an actual motor, it probably did have force feedback. I don't remember it myself having force feedback. I know Sega Rally did. The graphics are really nice in Sega Rally 3. I like the large, open, tropical environments. Really nice wide road. Super easy, just slide around. I'm surprised no one's made more games like this. With like just really nice, colourful, environments with big corners to slide around. It's good fun. Nice flowing tracks. Sega Rally 3 looks a bit like Assetto Corsa. That's pretty good. Just watching this video of it. Oh, I've loaded the wrong game. No, not again. I'm surprised no one's made a multiplayer racing game that's a bit like Sega Rally, huge tracks, off-road cars, buggies, and very like slidey, arcade slidey. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Crime Hole. Appreciate the sub. Big, slidey, open environments, but multiplayer ranking. And as you play through it, you unlock new cars. But it's all balanced, so you know you might have a car that's different, but they're all balanced. It's just a lot of it's cosmetic. Yeah, like sort of MotorStorm, Exocross. Yeah, let's see what Exocross is. Pretty sure. But like with a simple online ranking thing, and then Exocross is the new iRacing type thing. But that's still more simulator-like. So it seems that's still like, it does look good, but that's more sort of science fiction-y. Does look good though. Yeah, I'd expect it more slidey. Yeah, but it's not like monster slides, it's just sort of off-roady driving. Which is fine. Is there is it available, or is it just press stuff at the moment? The track looks a bit bland, to be honest. Yeah, Paul Coleman. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. The track that they're showing off in the video, it looks a bit boring. Some different locations. Like if you compare it to like Sega Rally, where it's like, oh, it's really nice and tropical. It looks like Hawaii. Oh, it looks like a city. Oh, it looks like... do you know what I mean? This just looks like generic terrain. But could be fun. I didn't have Sky TV. I had a really deprived upbringing with no Sky TV. Basically was in poverty, I think, is the only way to describe it. Abject poverty. Yeah, like the out stages and going through the different environments. It's a big part of driving games, I think. Right, I need to get something to eat here. I have a headache that won't go away behind my left eye. Well annoying. Every time I move my eye, it hurts. I'm gonna eat something. I'll be back in a second, guys. How can you have a headache behind one eye? How does that work? I've had paracetamol and ibuprofen. It's not done anything to help. Maybe I pulled my eye muscle. Maybe it's not a headache. Actually, to be fair, my eye was watering the other day. Maybe I pulled the muscle. That would explain. That would explain a lot. Right, back in a second.
Take it one day at a time. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, it'll all be fine. Take it one ride at a time.
Hello. I was just getting some food. Hang on, is Exocross out? Oh, I don't know these things. Very confusing. I think we need a new MSR. Oh, hang on, we're doing qualifying. Go. I think there's space on the market to do a Sega Rally type game, or like a good arcade racing game. I think there's too many like drivel. There's too many like, oh, you're collecting cars in a city, Grand Theft Auto-y, whatever. Which is, they're good games to have. Like, fine, I see where that's a market. I honestly think there's space to sell for £15 like a relatively simple indie game that a 3 to 5 man studio could make. That's basically Sega Rally, like an arcade racer, really nice looking tracks, really drifty, use Unreal Engine, keep it simple, have a bit of story in there, a sort of 1.5 year project, keep it as simple as possible, put a bit of humour in it. I think you could do that. Maybe it's like a 3-man team. Cost about... I mean, you'd probably take a pay cut whilst developing it. But then you could... I think you could make like... $1 million turnover on it. So, as a purely indie title. So not crazy money. You know, after you pay people. But I think there's room. Like even like 1-man teams, like Art of Rally type stuff. Surprised there's not more games like that. I think that from the AAA studios as well, I think there's been a real lack of decent arcade racers like Split Second, PGR, Burnout, you know. I guess the Need for Speed game's been alright, actually. I need to try the newer ones. They have a market, they sell, so fair enough. I guess you got like Asphalt games on mobile. They did quite well, so that's probably where that moved to. It's probably where most of the market is actually. Yeah, no, I mean, but Super Woden's got really shit handling. It's not very good. It's massively overrated. It's really sloppy physics, even in an arcade way. That game's way overrated. People like it though, so what do I know? I bought Super Woden for Steam Deck, and it's just dull to drive. I like simple arcade races, but they need snappy handling, like the old Burnout games, or like Mashed on the PlayStation, or even the old Micro Machine games. They were really snappy and responsive. Thing is, people tend to make, in order to make stuff a bit more accessible, they then make everything super, super drifty, which on the face of it seems like a good thing, but it removes the actual, it makes everything feel sluggish and dull and boring. I don't know, you have to install Windows on the Steam Deck to get AC to work on it, I think. I think another thing that happens is Unreal Engine's physics are really quite sloppy, and the default physics that the Unreal Engine has, and then so a lot of people make stuff super slidey to make it also controllable. That's what happened with Art of Rally. Not that that's using Unreal, but Art of Rally and Drift both have really sloppy physics.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
I'm using the Mozart R12 at the moment. Yeah, it's good. It is good. Very nice. Cheers, everyone. Bit of a chilled out morning today. Oh, this is nice coffee. I need to buy some more coffee beans, actually. Maximum strength. Sega Rally homage. Oh yeah, there's that guy that's done one in Unreal Engine that's quite good. Yeah, well, I use different worlds. We should have a review of this soon. Keep saying it. We've got the Moser R21 or whatever it's called as well, and the Fanatec stuff. But this is nice. I've enjoyed using it. I've just got back into doing YouTube videos after we did a lot of live streaming for like 10 hours a day for years. So now I'll get back into doing more YouTube videos. We've done, I think this week. Last week we did like 4 videos. Try and do like a video every other day. Honing it. Nobody does as many videos as I do. Nobody does as much streaming. Most people have lives. Here we go. Should we give him a commentary? Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Watkins Glen, brought to you by Monster Energy. On pole position, following that exciting and intense qualifying, it is Jose Torres with a 136.871, the only driver to get into the 36s. What a talent, what a drive, pure emotion. Second place, Anthony Pryor with a 137.1 and hot on his tail, Kuji Itua with a 137.4. 16 cars in this grid. Broken legs inbound. Let's go racing at Watkins Glen.
Can you please say my name as well, Dad?
Yeah, I'll put the R21 on the rig soon, probably. Once I've got a whole bunch of stuff I need to swap over on the rig. Pedals, wheels. You know. Oh, here we go. It's time to die. Time to die. Ow.
Green, green, green.
Bit of a slow start there. Spun up the wheels a bit.
Right side.
Well,
Clear.
not sure where he was going. Almost killed us. Merry Christmas. Wouldn't be iRacing without a bit of a bin. Should be called I Binning. How you doing, Dan? Dan Passini? Dan Pass.ini file. Oh, he's doing a backflip. Okay.
So many idiots, man.
I take that personally.
Still there.
I can't help being dumb. Oh no, but I've got an alarm going off. We're in a race. Stop. I'm already awake, phone. The old 6:30 alarm whilst I'm at Watkins Glen.
Car on your left.
Oh, check out our YouTube channel by following that link, guys. You can subscribe, and we do videos and pole dancing and everything. It's well good. What a place to go to. What a drive! Oh, they're gonna wreck. They're fighting.
I think my car's damaged. I'm losing speed.
I have the mental age of a 3-year-old. I'm coming for you, Mr. Norton. I'm about to give you some antivirus.
Push, push, push.
I'm gonna beat you, Gabriel. Hope you realise this. I'm coming for you. Little does he know. As soon as we get a draft, we've got him.
The car in C2, just set the fastest lap, 37.662.
There you go.
What the fuck?
Told you I was going to beat you. Oh, iRacing, where everybody crashes on a track which doesn't require you to turn. Moving up here, guys, moving up. Peak sim racing, right here. Easy. Probably gonna take myself out.
The car in P1 just set.
I haven't yet. I'm a bit. It seems to be fine as it is. We probably would go faster though, but I don't trust my brake skills. I give it 1, 2, 3. There you go. Thanks for following. Welcome.
So we're not paying attention?
Marsa.
What are you braking?
Mars 17. Thank you very much for following. Welcome.
Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Hello. He did. He's crying because he's so much shame for being beaten by me. Atomic Frog. Ribbit. Oh, we're catching Mr. Default setup here. Unbeatable. They call him the Default. I don't really sleep. I make a mockery of it. You get all these people doing, we're doing subscriber challenges and we're doing long live streams and endurance races, and they make a big thing out of it. And I'm just doing that every day. You know, when you're as cool as me, just do this every day. You know, I don't make a thing out of it. I'm just when you're as legendary as me, do you know what I mean? You don't really make a fuss out of these things. When you operate on such a high level, you know, most other people are just amateurs, basically, when it comes to everything, tea drinking, sim racing. They call him the cucumber. They call him the sea lettuce. My spirit animal, the sea cucumber. I am. I think I could be a pretty good coral.
The leader just did on 37.6.
I'm coming for you, Mario. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Daryl Demera. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Hello, Gasper. Salt's going all right. Yeah, pretty nice. Yeah, we do pretty good lectures on everything and it's all wrong. Fantastic. Oh, Joshua's catching us. Watch out. Here comes the Joshua. Driving this like a hovercraft. Wow, I transcended energy by doing that. I'm now I'm just pure force feedback.
Right side.
He had more draft
Keep to the left.
than I was expecting.
You're on the right.
Oh, it's because he's got a different setup. This is open setup. Sorry, I didn't. This is open setup. I'm using the default, so I didn't realise you'd have so much draft. Absolutely aero boyd there. He might drag me to the other cars though. Try and get some aero boy drag. This is the problem with open setup. Like, these are my new goggles that are tinted. Do you like them?
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.2 seconds.
They're actually, they're not goggles, they're an egg warmer. Hang on. There you go. Is that better? Was I wearing them too high? Your face is a receding hairline. Quite nice. Cozy having a warm forehead.
5 to go. You can move up.
We're chasing down Mario. I'm coming for you, Mario. Will we beat Mario before the end of this? I think we can. Look at this.
Do you have damage, Gabriel?
Yes, this is whole front wing because you ran me over.
He's making mistakes. He's under pressure. We're cooking him like a stew.
Pass.
Car right. Clear on the right.
Hello, Sim Racing Wales. Woo!
Car right. Still there, moving the line. Clear.
We're putting him under pressure. We're cooking him.
The leader just did a 37.471.
He's getting a 1x every single lap. He must be topping him up to the max.
The pace car is out of control.
Vodafone, thank you for following. Welcome. There's a very good shaft on this aerial.
2 left to go. 2 to go.
Nah, we just got up early. Every lap he runs wide there. And gains like a 10th. Just trying to get side by side so we can then, you know, push them offline a bit.
Flag. One more left to go.
Oh, he's under pressure.
Get back in fifth.
Alright, I'm going to do the track cut with him. Look at this. It's like 2 tenths. Oh, the tyres are so bad in this game. Like the way they slop through the corner. You can't counter steer and drive through it. So you're so hostage to driving in such a boring way in this sim. Like, it doesn't allow you to actually use driving skill. It's really weird. Thanks for subscribing.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 37.099.
Like the line we took through that corner.
Go left.
Good racing. It was good driving by him. Right.
Alright.
This here is so stupid. This line is great, right? This is a really good line.
Good racing, everyone, except Gabriel. You're a 2K rating. You should know how to brake. But everyone else, GG.
The tyres are just stuck. They're just stuck. It is mental. So the idea would be that you would turn in, have a bit of slip, and power through that slip, which would warm the tyres up a bit. But they're like, look, it's just no grip. It's like mental. It's insane. You have to back out the corner massively. AC's GT3 cars, they're terrible as well. This is an F3 car. It's the way this slops the tyres. It's like this rear left is overheated, just got stuck. And so you have to back off massively, even with huge downforce. All it means is you can't be creative, that's all. Like, basically, the fastest way to do this corner is with no slip and You know, like a single thing. It's all it's like all predefined. Like actually doing this properly here, like trying to balance the throttle with the grip, is illegal. Actually trying to drive, you are massively punished for actually using skill, because it takes more skill to balance the throttle and the steering in accordance with the slip for the line based off the current grip. That actually is a more skilled way of driving, but the game doesn't support it. If you try and use actual skill, the tires are overheat and that's it. I didn't get on the throttle too early. I'm getting on the throttle in accordance with grip. You just can't drive. It doesn't drive properly. The rear left is overheated and it's got stuck. So, no, stop making excuses for this. Let's get on the throttle too early. It's fine. I did it on purpose to rotate the car, but you're not allowed to do that in iRacing. I use normal driving skill. I use the little bit of driving skill that I've got, but that's illegal in iRacing. Illegal, you're driving outside of the iRacing box. Death penalty for you. The iRacing box, it's the smallest box in sim racing. Oh dear. Throttle too early. I'm the one wearing goggles. How dare you? How dare you say throttle too early to me? I am the master of throttle. I can't brake, but throttle's the one thing I'm good at. Throttle's all I've got, mate. Unbelievable. You can never be too early on the throttle. I'm on the throttle in the braking zone. I'm just on another level. What happened to him? Hello, Koala. How's it going? Oh, cold brakes. Broke too hard. Is that like an Ayrton Senna livery? Hang on, isn't that the livery that was on the Tyrrell? Tony Kanaan livery. What, is that for an IndyCar? $7-11. No, it's not. Is it? No, this was a 7-11 livery. Is that what he won the Indy 500 with? Was that with the 7-11 livery car? What's this? He's 50 years old. What an old git. Didn't realise he was that old because he's fit and healthy. He started driving it in 1998. Imagine that. Imagine racing with Alex Zanardi. Tony Kanaan's like a legend of motorsport. Ridiculous. What's even more ridiculous is Tony Kanaan knows who I am. How stupid is that? It's so dumb. Poor guy. Poor guy. Imagine being like an absolute legend of motorsport and then through video games being forced to know about me. It's pretty funny. Imagine achieving so much in your life and then being forced to be aware of a bold git. Oh dear. So stupid. Cruel world. Oh, hang on, we can do another F4 Pump Fest. Let's go for it. Servers in Germany. Achtung! Sandung! Sandung! Achtung! Achtung, Sandung! I think Senna's overrated, to be honest. Everyone makes a big fuss out of him because he died whilst racing. He was actually really mediocre. He was actually really average, but they just wanted to make a big thing out of it because they were like, oh. He was actually really bad. He's actually one of the worst drivers in motorsport history. He was actually, he didn't even know what gears were. He couldn't even. When the race would start, someone would have to come on the radio and go, first gear, first gear. That's how bad of a driver he was, yeah. But it got turned into a myth. He actually died on the way to a racetrack, but the whole crash at Imola was set up. It was all fake. It was a remote control car, and they made out that he died in that, but he didn't. He died driving into a reverse part. He reversed off a seaside hill into the ocean, but they were like, "Oh shit." Yeah, well, look, you can judge race drivers by how good their mustache is. So let's have a look here. Which F1 driver? I mean, Alonso's had a mustache. Perez has. I mean, Mansell's. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Mansell's got the best mustache at the end of the day, so. Norris is like 10 years old, so. Graham Hill had a good mustache. Harrod Ertel. Yeah, Nigel Mansell's got the best mustache. Bottas looks like a redneck, yeah. Yeah, Mansell's just what Mansell's won. Clay Ragazzoni. Ragazzoni. Oh, Hamilton looks. Someone's put mustaches on people here. Hamilton looks mental. He looks like Prince. It's really funny. Hamilton looks like a 90s pop artist. Max Verstappen looks like a sex offender. Norris looks better with a moustache. Sonoda with a moustache looks ridiculous. Dear. Albon looks like a school teacher with a mustache. Oh, it's good. It's good to know that. It's changed my life. Not for the better, but it's changed my life. Woo! Oh, grab a pizza actually. Oh, supposed to get some post today, but guaranteed it's going to arrive whilst I'm out. Oh, someone's replied to a video. You couldn't be more wrong, although they're totally wrong themselves. So, ironically, when people it always strikes me as a bit weird when I do a video and 99% of the comments are people going, "Oh, totally agree. Yeah, those are good points. Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh, yeah, that makes sense." Right, 99% of the comments are like an agreement. And then you'll have one person that's like, "Oh, you're totally wrong," and they don't give any reasons. They're just like, I don't know what's going on in their head, because presumably, either you would think, "Oh, why? Hang on, maybe I've not understood what's being said." Then maybe you would like go, "Oh, hang on a minute. If 99% of the comments are in agreement, it's possible that he's actually correct. I mean, it's not necessary. It could be that everyone else is wrong. That's also possible." But do you know what I mean? It's weird to me. And then also, I normally make multiple points with pros and cons, and they're not like, I'm not normally making a single argument for something. I'm not normally going, X is a definitive thing. I'm normally saying this is a hypothetical. So like with Assetto Corsa Evo, it's a fact that it's got to compete against the previous Assetto Corsa, and that's going to be tricky, and people will compare it. That's just a fact. You can't disagree with that. How do you disagree with that? You can't. It's a fact. It's like me going, "Oh, new film's come out, second film." Well, people are going to compare it to the first bloody film, aren't they? It doesn't matter if it's better or worse. They're going to compare it. You can't avoid that. So how could... I don't understand why people... Basically, I think what it is, people have an emotive response to something. They disagree with one part of it, and then they just go, "Oh, that's right, that's wrong." And that's as far as the brain goes. It's really weird. Must be a very simple way of seeing the world, though. I'm anti you, Jared Paul. I'm anti you, to be honest. Also, it's the people that just say, you're wrong. They never give an actual reason or what they're actually talking about. Whereas normal people would go, "Oh, I agree with this," or "I disagree with that," or I actually think this is more likely," or "I'm not," they give a reason and then they say the degree to which they agree or disagree. Dumb people will just say, "Ah, you're wrong." I can't read that comment and even know what he's referring to. I don't know. Wrong about what? There's like multiple points. TJ Simon's wrong. That's all we need to know. Hang on. Some people like to argue to try to prove intelligence and prove opposite. No, they don't. I disagree. Don't know what you mean. Ooh. Right, let's get my pizza. Yeah, well, you're wrong. Just another terrible racer. Because you are suggesting that I'd reword your argument to make a point, so you're wrong. I like people that misinterpret what's being said and then they argue but they actually agree. That happens quite a lot. It's pretty funny. I get that it's upsetting for people though, when someone with my beauty and goggles just puts them in their place. It must be really traumatic for people. I like arguing with people with different opinions so I can prove them wrong. So I can ignore what they're saying. So I can feel better about myself. So basically I can make them feel bad. That's what it is. I want people that feel like they're right to feel that they're wrong, and then they can cry. I mean, at the end of the day, anyone that argues with me is just wrong by default. Part of my topping is burnt on this pizza, but it still tastes okay. I don't know what that's about. I'm not sure how you're supposed to cook this without that burning. Oh, here we go. What was the guy that discovered milk? What was he doing with the cow? Wow. More, what was he doing with the bull? Join the Teapot Discord, guys. There's a link to follow there. Have we had anyone join the Teapot today? Berth Halligan. Hang on. Does Belgium have a queen or king? Am I you son racing team, eh? I'm not allowed to do I'm not allowed to team because I'm too quick. Oh, he's the king of Belgium. Let's see what they look like. King of Belgium. Philippe of Belgium. There's Queen Matilda. Ah, there you go. Oh, people love it, Jared. People love like an authority, and people are obsessed with it. Oh, guys, did you see that link in the chat room? That's correct. You can join the Game of Muscle Patreon to support us directly if you want to, but there's no need.
You cut that corner.
I'm just warming up the tyres. I don't know what it means, cut the corner. That's not very fair for the house, is it? The house did nothing wrong. Just warming the tyres up.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Ga-dang. Nice little drive through countryside here. Nice and easy. Slop and slide. Drifting through all the corners. What, power sliding. What a guy! What a guy!
One more lap.
What do you mean, Mr. D? Moser is a DD. And Moser's good. They're all good. The thing that makes them the video game software is different. So all the DD wheels are fine. I haven't raced this F4 car for ages. It's such an easy car to drive. Forgot. It's a bit weirdly slidey in iRacing though. Like, it's a bit weird. Ah, me lap. Lap denied. Absolute scumbaggery. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to a beautiful Spa-Francorchamps in the heart of the Belgian countryside. On pole position for qualifying, Assisi No Scott with a 1:22.5, the only driver to get into the 22s. In second place, Anatoly Savasky with a 2:23.058. And in third place, rated as driver number 6, Miguel Barbosa II with a 23.330. Please, if you crash, don't crash into me. Good luck, have fun. Let's go racing. At Spa. Oh dear.
Fucking love that. Let's go. That isn't happy up, but I don't know what will. Terry.
Every time it's gonna be a wreck.
Estimated strength of field is
Good luck, everybody. Let's have some fun today.
6.
I think these cars cost about £40,000 to buy. Bargain. Aiden Anglicio Patron Hernandez II.
Waiting on the final car to grid.
I'm secretly a four-namer, but we keep it secret. No one needs to know. Why is the engine doing little revs?
Good luck, everyone.
Here we go.
Green flag, green flag.
Let's go.
Left side. Clear.
Inside, outside.
Right side. Clear on the right. Left side. On the right.
I can't slow down any more than I'm slowing down.
You've got wheel damage.
That's unfortunate.
Why does he brake so much? He doesn't even
What the
need
fuck
to.
are you doing rejoining the track like that, you idiot?
All the damage is repairable.
He's so far away from it
Yeah,
all.
thanks for the fork.
Why is he like? I can't slow down anymore. I'm on the limit of my brakes. Look how
What
much.
the hell?
Look how much space he has in front of him. Oh god, it's impossible to like work out. Either iRacers drive like mental, or they drive, or they drive like so
Yeah,
ridiculously
who was it
conservative.
rejoining the track like that?
Oh god, it's impossible. I think there's netcode as well for the launch. Why is he trundling there so much? The guy in front is going off the track. Like, he's nowhere near you. Like, there's no one near you, mate. Like, this guy's going to slide off here. Why? You've got like 10 meters in front of you. Like you see the car next to me as well is braking the same as me. It's not like I'm like missing the brake point massively or anything. This guy's just like, I can't brake anymore. Like, look at the car to the to this guy. He's braking as much. I mean, yeah, basically the same. This guy's just like, there's no one near you, mate. Like, how much space? Why would you just hold your brake here entirely? Oh God! Like what? Like just this car is gonna slide off here. Oh, it's ridiculous. So hard to work out what random shit people are going to do. I should have gone further to the right, but I just didn't expect this guy to be trundling to this degree. iRacers are so erratic in the degree to which some are like crazy aggressive, and then some are like insanely. Yeah, no, it's all right. Like he's not done the wrong thing necessarily. It's just bizarre. Like you can see how much he's slowing down. This guy's pulling away as well. Look, this car here is. Look, this car's closer, and he's pulling away from him because he's. But I mean, what's going to happen here, in terms of an accident, this guy will knock everyone off the track to the left. Yeah, well, he's reading it, like, ridiculously early. Like, these cars are all going to go to the left. Oh, dear. I mean, like, honestly, if the thing is, if you knew that whenever there was an accident, everybody would slow down like this, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, if that was like the average behaviour of iRacers, it would be fine. But it's not. The average behaviour of iRacers is to pone it into the accident. Do you know what I mean? Like, the average thing that they do is to not brake like that. Like, he's driving as if it's a real race, which is not what most iRacers do. I honestly did not expect him to be going that slow at all. I'm on my brake here. Even from here, I'm on my brake at 100%, like, maxing out the brake before locking up. So I've reacted to the crash here. I'm actually at... You can't see it because my camera's in the way. So it's not like I wasn't trying. Look. I'm on the brake. I am on my brake. As, like, you see, I've seen the crash, so I've pushed the brake initially to open it up. And then it's like, oh, obviously this guy's going to slide off here, it's fine. But then, so I come off it, and then I see, oh, the car in front is going really slow. So, like, crash has happened, so I'm like, oh, I'm off the throttle on the brake straight away. Then I'm like, oh, I know the crash is going to be fine, because I've worked it out that they're just going to crash off the outside. And then I'm like, oh, this guy here is staying on his brakes. And I'm literally 100% brake before locking up. There's no more brake you can do. I'm also I do try and turn to the right. There's nothing I can do. Like, there's nothing I can do. I guess I could come off the brake and go, but it doesn't even make sense for... Oh, dear. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. So unpredictable. This is on the first lap as well with cold tyres. You have to be more careful for locking up. Yeah, I mean... I'm trying to downshift as well to engine brake. There's no way. And I try turning to avoid him. Why, if he's really concerned about this crash, which actually he shouldn't be, but if he is, why would he not put his car on the left more? Oh, dear. Thanks for following. Janta, what should you buy for $400 if you want to start sim racing? Like a Fanatec CSL DD with my affiliate link, or the Moser. Do you want pedals as well? $400. I don't know how much the Moser R5 is. That might be a good option. Moser R5 kit. I don't know if they do a bundle. Fanatec CSL bundle or the Moser bundle. Otherwise, like whatever the T300 is, with pedals. I don't know. Oh dear, what can you do, guys? Absolutely nothing, other than not race. Yeah, the Moser R3 could be... It's not the best of wheels, but it's not terrible. Moser R3 bundle. The Moser pedals aren't so good, though, but... Yeah, Moser R3's £398. Is it a load cell pedal for the brake? I wouldn't buy the camera stuff. Personally. Oh dear, guys, I've been assaulted here by this game. Oh, I might have a little break, to be honest, because I'm exhausted. there's only so many punts I can take. Might try and have a little nap. Yeah. Well, that was successful. I think these load cells aren't that expensive. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have a break. I'll catch you guys soon. Thanks for watching and following and subscribing and the donations. Really appreciate it. Have a good morning, guys. I'll catch you soon. Do another live stream soon. Send you off to Mr. Poker, Mr. Radusco. He's playing some poker. Bye, guys.